Okay. And it starts. Oh my god, I can't believe this. I can hear myself already, so let's mute myself, I guess. Mute and mute. Yes, so YouTube is muted and Twitch is muted as well. Okay. Wow, it's been a year almost since I've streamed. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're in here. Woo. I'm a bit nervous actually. Let's go to the let's learn thingy here. And yeah, hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. It's been a while. Let's see. I should like remember all the shortcuts and everything that I've established before so I don't forget. Okay. Whew, it's gonna be exciting. Okay. Let's make an intro. And let's start a recording as well. So here we go. It's I think this shortcut. It's actually the enter. Okay. Hello everyone. Welcome to this new series of Let's Learn. And with this one, I'll cover my attendance in Mad VFX courses or content. For those of you who don't know what Mad VFX is, for now they're I would say at the beginning of their journey of like teaching, but they've already put some interesting courses out there when it comes to visual effects. So we will be learning real-time visual effects for games, actually. So yeah, I'm really excited. As you can see, the hype trailer here behind, we will be working with Houdini, we will be working with Unreal, we'll make some cool fire effects, some cool explosions. We will learn all of this stuff, but first, we kind of need to know, like, what is there for free, right? So today, actually, we will go through the resources. So we'll go a little bit through, like, their website and check a couple of stuff. And if you at one point, I need to put a disclaimer out there. I'm an affiliate with them. They're not a sponsor, so I'm an affiliate with them. If you want to like support the stream, of course, or get yourself a course, use the code Jack20 to get like 20% on their courses. But for now, stick around because we will go through almost everything, I would say. Starting with the free tutorial, which probably are going to be, we will judge it basically. We will see if it's too advanced or too intermediate or too beginner. Let's see, because I'm looking at the beginner stuff and I'm like, this is a bit advanced for me. So let's see. Let's just check it out here. Like, put them on the new tab basically. Let's check the intermediate stuff. Also put them on a new tab and the advanced stuff as well. Okay. Let's keep the advanced stuff for later. I would like to go through the website a little bit. So terminology, for example, this is a page that I really wish I have had access to or that someone have created when I first started, because a lot of the terminology that I would come across when it came to research or like whatever that comes out in like an engine where you might not have a lot of experience, and it could really help you with the researching. So this page is amazing. Like, when you first start, you don't know what an albedo is, right? You kind of just figure it out as you're going. So yeah, if you're like ever wondering what things are called, this huge web page here has a lot of the like Z fighting. I never knew that this is called Z fighting, but I kind of knew what it was. Two planes above each other, right? Yeah, this is super. What's an Xbox? Referring to the Xbox game platform. Okay, that's kind of easy. And I didn't know about it. But perfect, Jack. Okay, it's a good start. Yeah. So this is in my opinion, it's a very helpful terminology page. as we don't get as much, support for what we do in terms of real-time VFX. Yeah, we've seen the free tutorial page. Let's go to the presentations, which is basically a collection of the most important or the most watched or like, GDC talks that you should check. It's basically a collection. It's basically a library. I have not checked all of this, but I could tell you, when I first, got interested in real-time VFX, I really had the itch to know, which GDC talks out there are about the VFX. And you maybe like when you search, you maybe find 2 or 3, but they're so scattered, like all over the place. So it's really nice to see the resources here, gathered and collected in such a manner. So very happy with that. Okay, we're not gonna check this today, of course. This is just for everybody's, exposure to know that it exists, because most of those things you don't like Google it and then it shows up the first, right? When you say like best GDC talks with VFX, you're probably gonna get just the VFX website. Sorry, the GDC website. So much terminology. Okay, one more tool and one more thing that I would like to cover is the blog itself. So this is pretty cool. I've checked a little bit about it here. So I think we'll be reading a little bit of this with you guys and checking it a little bit here. Not everything, of course, but like, for example, you don't know anything about real time, right? You're watching this, you're like, let's see what this guy's gonna do. But it at your own time, at your own pace, you could like get into this blog, right? And start like, all right, so start reading about like, okay, what is real-time VFX? So VFX is all about adding energy and excitement to games with effects. So of course it's real-time. That means it needs to happen in real time. So it will probably be used for like live production or games. So yeah, effects like fire, explosion, water, splashes, or magical spells, unlike the pre-rendered effects you see in movies, which are made in Houdini or other programs, and they have to be rendered. These are, the real-time. These are designed to work seamlessly in an interactive environment. Okay, so now, like, even if you don't know what real-time VFX is, right, you can come here and check it out. Then we have what is Mad VFX, and here it says it's designed to be your go-to platform for learning real-time VFX. And for those of you who not have learned real-time visual effects, there's a struggle right now of so many platforms that are different, like teaching different things, and mostly never touching upon like Unreal and other stuff. So yeah. So this is or like realistic, I would say. Yeah. So where to start? If you're new to real-time VFX, don't worry, we've got you covered. Cool. Let's check the next one. VFX fundamentals. Okay. Let's check it out. Wait a second. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, and then we have links to like VFX in games. So these are all helpful links if you really want to go deeper into these topics, basically. And there's of course the links for the courses and the beginner stuff, the intermediate stuff. I think this is what they're planning to make more courses. Like right now, I think they have the beginner covered, the intermediate covered, which we will cover as well. These, the intro to Substance Designer later on, and mostly the environment effects will be covered, and then I think either I'll start with the environment effects or I will start with the pyro, because I'm really excited to just get my hands dirty with Houdini and Unreal. So this is basically what we will be doing. And I just wanted to go up here, it's pretty decent resources when it comes like, okay, what is VFX in games, right? You click here and it's another blog. And it goes into like the history of visual effects in games, which is very important to know where things come from. The type of VFX used in games. Definitely check these out. So we're not gonna like go through them all. The purpose of VFX in games, very important to just know the basics of these things before you get your hands dirty with like work. Because you know, I fell into the trap of like just working, right? And never getting like the purpose of the feel, like of why this is in the game. Why do we need anticipation? Why do we need things like that, right? So, well, actually, we're probably gonna read this because we have time, and that's the purpose of this. Why is VFX important in games? Okay, cool. The challenges of making VFX in games. Of course, I guess the. All right, let's see. Creating VFX for games is no easy task. Not only do you have to be creative and come up with effects that look good, but you also have to take into account the technical aspects. I guess, yeah. I wanted to say that the technical aspect would be challenging of how the effects will be implemented in game. Okay. This can be an obstacle for even the most experienced VFX artists, and that's true. Most of us know how to create the cool effects, but then the optimization of it and the implementation of it is still an area that is not as discovered. So yeah, basically, this is this. Okay, so dealing with technical limitation of the game engine, creating effects that look good and perform well on all types of hardware. Yeah, this is the problem with optimization. It's actually not so covered lately. Like to be able to make the effects perform as they should. Design effects that work well with game's art style. That's a hard one to teach if you don't come like from a 2D background or a background where you understand that stylization is actually a spectrum. Yeah, so it's pretty difficult to go through this. Working with the dev team to ensure that the effects are, those are all things, all of those four things you could learn on the job, but it's better to learn before you're on the job, I think. So yeah, the future of VFX in games. Let's see. Let's look what the future is. The visual effects in games have come a long way in recent years, with the release of PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, and the latest generation of graphics. Game developers have been able to push the boundaries of what is possible in terms of graphics and visuals. Okay, so we're able to do things that we were not able to do before. As technology continues to develop, we can only imagine the possibilities. Okay, so the future is bright, I guess. Are you interested in VFX? Okay, so I will leave you guys to discover this on your own. This is the blog page. I think it's an interesting read to go through it yourself. For now, I think it would make a lot of sense for us to start. I'll just check like quite fast the how to create rain in Unreal. Like, what are we talking about? What are the difficulties here? We have the sound on. I'm not sure if you guys can hear it. I'll just enable it for a little bit.
I'm gonna be going over.
You might hear some Discord sounds. Actually, I'm gonna mute my Discord. Yeah, so you don't
create the textures in Substance and reuse.
All right, let's go back.
Hello, everybody. So today we're gonna be going over how to create this rain effect for the environmental effects series. I'm gonna be going over how to create the textures in Substance and reuse some of our old textures from old tutorials. I really hope you enjoy the video, and please let me know if you have any questions, comments, or any requests. I just wanted to say thank you so much for everybody who subscribed, and you guys' comments are... I'm not that great with trying to script my videos, so most of the stuff that you guys see is just me going on the fly. I really appreciate your support, and hopefully I can bring you even more content as time
thanks
progresses.
For the follow. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amy.
All right,
Ton.
then.
I still need to get used to the sounds.
For this effect, I'm actually going to be making multiple pack textures. So it will be about 3 textures that contain about 6 to 7 different...
So we will work with textures. I already see... Let me think a little bit. Because I should probably get a Substance Designer trial or the actual license. So we're not gonna do this 100% today. I just want to go through like the basics of this video. So yeah, basically we're creating a texture for the rain Then it goes into the material, the Unreal material to create the rain material. I'm suspecting here. Then we're creating the ripples. Then we'll go into, yeah, again, materials and on-screen drops, then rain, and then, okay. So that's pretty cool. And this is all for free. You can get these results in Unreal quite, yeah, fast. In 50 minutes, you will be set up to learn a little bit about Niagara particle system and a little bit about material and how to create materials, right? Then we have how to pack textures like a pro with Houdini and Photoshop. Let's just check that out a little bit.
Hello, everybody.
So I'm just going through it like very fast to give you to give both of us an intro to what is available for free right now. So here we see that we're being taught how to make an explosion, I think. Let's see, or what is this exactly? Let's see. We will see soon.
Comps view.
So this is about like how to pack it, basically. All right. So it's probably gonna be like a frame book. Sorry, what is it called? A flip book. I think this is all stuff I have never seen before. This is why I am hesitant to start the free tutorial. Without any prior knowledge in that aspect. So, but it's cool that it's for free. But what we could do is basically, okay, so let's go to the next one. How to create a sandstorm in Unreal. Part 2. Okay, so there are 2 parts here. Okay. How to make a dust motes. Those are the dusty things. And I guess we'll use Substance Designer as well. Oh no, look, we're gonna use Photoshop. That's pretty cool. Okay. Materials, and then add to burst, and then curl noise, and then Niagara, and then it goes into the final result. Just want to see this final result.
I wanted something as with more complexity and depth for like an indoor scene or like a cinematic cut or whatever it is. This would work better. If you wanted something that is like simple, it's in the game, you're just gonna pass it once and that's it. It's not gonna be on camera or everything. You just set it up, set it like for example to 50, and you should be fine and good to go. As long as it doesn't affect the follow.
Appreciate it.
That's the one rule.
Thank you. Okay. So this is to create like most like dusts. We could start with this. Honestly, I'll keep this on the side just to start with something very simple here. But I also would like to check the paid courses just to see if they have everything like included in one solution, basically. And here we say how to make mist in Houdini. Oh, that's pretty cool too. All right, we'll keep this open. The perfect Houdini 6-point light setup. The stuff are maybe very basic for people who are just learning, who are, you know, got a job and they've, you know, covered their first year. But this is too advanced already. I could see it. So let's see. Let's go to the through the courses actually. Let's make sure that I'm logged in and everything. So let's log in. And let's get to the courses. Here are the courses. So yeah. We have it all covered here. This is all about 199, like 200 euros or $200 worth of courses. So we will check intro to environment effects. I think I'm the most excited about this one. Let's see how much of an introduction this is or how much advanced this is, because so far I'm noticing a pattern of like, okay, 6-point light setup, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know what this is. Tell me what it is, right? So I know like what is, like, is it a performance thing? Like, you know, I wish that I know what that is to start it. So let's get into the environment effect here. Let's see what we're going to learn here. And probably I think I think almost. Hey, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Your first time. I think I know who you are. Thank you for joining. We're just gonna check the trailer here.
Hey, my name is Björn Riemann.
And I'm Mustafa Al-Waidi, and we'll guide you through the importance of environmental effects in games.
This course was designed to teach you the production-ready skills you need when joining a project as a junior VFX artist.
Hell yeah.
Creating flashy explosions and spells can be fun, but we've crafted a course focused on the real tasks that you'll get in your first job. You learn how to transform any static environment into a dynamic scenery with optimization kept in mind.
With nearly 20 years of combined experience, we noticed that environmental VFX don't get the recognition it deserves.
As juniors, when you first join the industry, most likely your first task will be working on environmental effects. We're here to teach you how to showcase your work and impress.
Cool.
Join us and learn the skills you would actually use in your first job.
That you will actually use in your first job. Ha! Cool. All right. I'm hyped. Let's get to the next one. Importance of environment effect. I think I will show you the first chapter, honestly, just so we get like a vibe. And then all of it will go into the, like, you know, muffled and like obscured like this when I'm gonna watch it. And just gonna test the sound a little bit here. Is this muffled to y'all? This is muffled, right? You really can't hear much, right? I should actually check it myself. Wait, let me listen to it. Yeah, it is muffled. That's pretty cool. Okay, let's mute Twitch. I can't hear myself. So let's learn again, and let's get to it. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning here. Oops. Yep.
And new. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first lesson of this course. In this lesson, I wanted to go over the importance of visual effects in environments and how they have such a big impact on a scene and what does it do to change your mood and make things more interesting. So for instance, we have this screenshot of the Paragon scene that we have in Unreal. And I've taken the liberty of taking all the effects out of this scene and then making a new set of effects and try to change the mood of this screenshot. Here you'll see that I set up a more of a moody and a dark tone scene. So for something like this, when you're trying to get a little bit of understanding of how things work, first off, I added a little bit of mist, I added a little bit of fog and so on to first get the depth of the scene and try and convey a sense of coldness and a sense of this is dangerous, you shouldn't be here, and coldness. So that's what I'm trying to do here. So I've taken the liberty of making some examples here of some of the effects that are used in games and how they change the entire scenery. So for example, we have, like from Red Dead Redemption, you'll see here that these effects are basically given life to the world. For example, we have our chimney to show that there's life, like this is an industrial scene where things are happening. You have the birds in the scene. So even though this is more of an animation thing when it comes to birds, it's a bit of a misconception, but VFX artists are actually the guys that do the birds and the living world that you see in most of the games. And mostly it's vertex animated and So you'll basically see it a lot in games. So here we have, again, same. We have the birds or butterflies and things like that in the scene. And you can see here, we have a little bit of depth in here. And partly that you can see that depth is because of the gradation of the fog here. So it gives it that bit of, that is really far away to the point that you can't actually see what's going on.
Mm.
Here we have Ghost of Tsushima, where you can see that how the environment is being affected by the mist, the fog, and everything around it. And this is one of my favorite scenes from the game. You can see how intense the atmosphere is because of the fire, the wind, and how the actual leaves and the embers.
This is quite
and
exciting
the smoke
to learn
that's
all of these
happening
stuff
in the scene. So, and you can also just a little bit, like if, for example, if I pause this, you'll see that in the background, there is a bit of fog. We can actually see this because of the compression for this. So at least that's a GIF. But yeah, you can see what I'm talking about here. Mostly like some of the stuff that you will see in like the living world that you'll see around you. It's more of how can I make this alive? How can I give it that sense of this is not static, this is more alive, and you can actually see that it's something that when you see, you can tell that there's nothing wrong with it, but at the same time, if you don't have these subtle things in the world, you can see that, oh, something is missing. So for example, like I do have a lot of references of fog, but fog is what gives you that depth and mist and so on. And also the same thing with falling leaves and so on. So for example, here, part of the reason I like this is like even the camera that is zooming in, you can actually see that it is a windy scene because you can actually see the snow kick-ups. You can see to the side here that there's a little bit of snow falling. And also, again, the depth of the smoke and the fog. Again, same thing with these two scenes.
So yeah, I think the message so far has been, if the environment art and the cohesion of the 3D modeling, the art style and everything is the body, then the visual effects, the movement that you see on the tree, the wind, and that could also be the job of the environment artist, right? But it has to do more with shaders and things like that. Could also be technical. That is the soul, right? So that's been the message so far. I'll continue without talking much. But this is awesome stuff. I like that stuff is actually going through the theory a lot. And this is awesome too, that there's a lot of things to read, things to check. Like the cool thing about things like this with resources is, you can grab yourself the PureRef, right? And PureRef, if for those who don't know what PureRef is, PureRef is the go-to reference gathering software. Okay, so what I meant by this is almost always courses just show you like a huge PureRef thingy, but they never include the stuff. I mean, not like Mustafa included everything, but still it's better than nothing. I would have preferred if he included everything, like the whole PureRef file. That would have been amazing, but you can't expect that, right? So here we go. One without, one with. We get the differences, and the cool thing in PureRef, you can press Ctrl-D and start making your own notes. Say this is before, this is after, and this is what we can do with the stuff that we have. Okay, we'll continue the video.
So this one is a little bit different because it's more of you're actually seeing the water vapor and everything that's happening in the world. So for example, if we actually remove the water vapor, you'll see that it's a little bit of a static thing where just water hits the ground. Water hits the waterfall hits the water at the bottom, but nothing usually happens and so on. It just feels like something is missing. So adding those supporting elements like vapor, a little bit of mist, and like, for example, you'll see here at this side, you'll see a lot of like the mist in the air, and you'll see a load of birds and things like that. That's what gives this world its life. It's the living particles that you see in the world. Same thing here. For example, if you see like the background where you have birds, you have the rays, you have the fog, the ocean, it's everything coming together to give you that big sense of scale. And that's what you're looking for when you're trying to do environment effects. I'm just going to turn on all of these to show what I mean.
Elden Ring is the best in that, I think. They've done a great
job. Elden Ring, great use of fog and particles to convey sense of scale and depth.
Yeah, here.
Again, same here.
Wow. They used a lot of amber effects.
Also, in, like, for example, in Control, you have this scene where it looks creepy, cold, and a bit of darkness in there. And that's why, the sense of, that's what the scene is trying to convey to the player.
It's subtle, but, it's the subtleness that sells it.
And for example, like in Uncharted here, you'll see that this is like more of weather, rain. You have a little bit of smoke, and everything is intense, dark. That's also the sense of, like, for example, the weather,
the smoke, the fire there, back
the
there,
wetness, the coldness. That's what the effects artists are trying to convey, and that's what something
cool. I'm hyped.
That you should understand when you're trying to make an effect is every effect has its purpose. For example, if you're making a campfire, and you're trying to put it in a scene, but things don't look right, most of the time, it's basically the fire is either meant for something else and not for a campfire, or the way that it's made, it has a different purpose. So, yeah. And over here, you'll see that you have the fallen leaves, a little bit of fireflies in the air, and so on.
This is stylized, but it still looks like amazing.
For example, that's what environment effects are. It's just trying to bring a world to life, give it depth, give it scale, give it a sense of moodiness, a sense of happiness, and so on. But yeah, cool. I hope you enjoyed this lesson, just explaining what the differences are. And
I like this about like content like this, because before we start with the technical stuff, we're getting the why. Like, why should we learn environment effects? Not only that it's important on the job, that will be like probably your first task on a team, AAA team, but also like what it is and why it's important. Like, this is a proper hype than just like explosions and things like that. Let's read through this a little bit. Creating environment VFX that are both realistic and impressive can be a difficult balancing act. I agree, because like almost all of those, or not all of them, especially the Control one, is like such a balance between simplicity and the goal. Like sometimes less is more, and so on. Wait a second. Why is this? Is this actually doing what it's supposed to do? All right, we're gonna check it later. I'm just gonna say hello to everyone. Hello everyone. I'm just testing it right now, basically. Okay, let's see if it's gonna work. Cool. And both realistic and okay. So let's continue. Too much realism can make the environment feel lifeless, while too much impression can break immersion entirely. Yeah. I've noticed this also while working, is that you really need to scale down sometimes the effects, because they can get too crazy too fast, or too visible too fast. You don't want them to be too visible. You also don't want them to be too not visible, I guess. What is wrong with the chat, and why is it not updating? That's quite weird. Oh, I need to scroll down. Oh, I'm not gonna do that. Okay, that is weird. I'm gonna check this later. Anyway, Finding the right balance is the key. Yes, creating successful environment effects, creating believable and immersive environment effects is a challenge for any team. Yeah, there are many factors to consider: the size and scope of the world, the game world, the hype, the type of the game, not the hype of the game, designed environment. It all can make players feel like they're actually in the game world rather than just looking at it on a screen. Yeah. So it's about immersion. It's about feeling like you're part of it. I think Elden Ring does this amazingly. Hi, Nix. Nice to have you here. Detailed graphics, sound design, and visual effects that can make the game. Okay, so yeah, as we all know, like games are made out of different principles, and if they're all like mastered together, you get that immersion. That's why games are immersive. Let's just check this video quickly. Yeah. Okay, that's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, reference and a mood board. Complete and continue. Good job, guys. We made 4%.
Hello,
Hell
everybody,
yeah.
and welcome to our second lesson, Gathering Reference. So, one thing I didn't realize when I first started in this industry was how important it is to actually gather good reference. And it was always hard for me because I always thought that I can just do it with something that comes up in my head, right? But the biggest issue there is I didn't know how to get different elements. For example, one thing like this hologram here, like I did this for my hologram tutorial on YouTube, but...
Hey, Game Art, how's going? We are 3 Arabs in the stream now so far. Mustafa, who comes from Iraq, is the instructor. He's not on the stream, but I have his content on the stream. You from Jordan, me from Syria. Hell yeah. We're all from the Levant. Nice. Nice to have you here, buddy.
Later on, I realized, like, after talking to a lot of people, part of the reason they gather reference is to get elements from them. And actually getting good elements and understanding how things work and breaking things down, that's the importance. That's why it's important to get good reference. So, for example, when I was doing that tutorial, I pointed out, like, okay, for example, I like these dots. I wanted to add them in my hologram. I wanted to get it to a good point. So I'm like, okay, I can make a texture that has dotted lines, and I can just blend that with my holograms, and it's going to make it look good. The other element that I wanted to add in there, for example, was these scan lines. So when you have a hologram that has like these wobbly lines and glitching and everything, and that's what I wanted to add in there. And that's how, when you gather enough reference, you'll start to see different elements, and that's how you can actually get that into your effect. So, for example, I don't do much of stylized or hand-drawn or things like that. My main specialty is realistic. So I gather a lot of realistic references. So these are most of these are just screenshots, but I would always say go for the videos, because then you can see what's going on. You can understand motion. You can understand the color, how things change, and so on. But for this demonstration, I pulled up the list of stuff that I had made a long time ago with just screenshots, because I like these frames. I liked the, for example, the colors. I like the smoke, the intensity, and so on. So, for example, for explosions, I always know if I wanted to have a bright explosion and a different type of explosion, it would be gasoline. If I wanted to have a gas explosion, it would be quick, and so on and so on and so on. So, for example, if I wanted to make an explosion for a car, it will have this initial frame, or the initial blast, and that's where I drive my simulations off of. And then the after effects would be the fire, the smoke, and everything else around it. So, and this is how you get the different elements, for example, for explosions.
Hey, Sine Wave Sauce, let's have here. Cool name.
You like this explosion better than one we have here, but you also liked the way that the explosion that drove this car to be in this type of position and the force and so on is different. So you try and take smaller elements from each one of these and basically add them to your effect and make sure that they look good. So big example here, we have the smoke, we have the fire and intensity and so on. So that's why like in these shots, I say go for the videos and not shots because you're only seeing one frame here. But so let's say for something like this, for example, when I look at the smoke, I can tell that this is burning either rubber or burning something that is...
How do you know?
That is flammable, and it causes a lot of... it gives a lot of smoke. So for example, this is not a gas explosion. That's for sure, because gas explosions don't have the fuel and the...
They do have the fuel.
The pressure to burn that type... to cause that type of smoke.
So you mean it's not so with the gas it's burning itself, and with like tires and stuff like that, you're burning actual things that are turning into like the smoke itself? Kind of like a gas cooker, right?
So yeah. So for example, when I'm doing my explosions, I try to take elements, and when I make my simulations, I'll see everything together then.
Okay.
And for example, same thing with water. If you're trying to do an explosion for water or splashes or things like that, always go for videos. But this is just an example of elements that I would take, for example, from this shot. The way I see it here, I can use this for water. I can use this for sand, dirt.
Nice to have you here.
So the way I see it is, let's say you have your the center.
Oh, okay.
Which is the point.
So it's about how clean the fuel is, basically. So the fuel that is burning like tires is not as clean as like a gasoline or yeah, like an actual methane gas or something. I get it. Yeah. Hey, thanks for the follow, Sine Wave. Appreciate you so much. Thank you so much.
Of the force pushing things outward. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, what can I do to actually replicate this in my scene? And how can I take these elements and make them more into a game element? So let's say, for example, I would take something like this and recreate it in a simulation. And then I would try to use that in a generic way to give the same type of effect. Same thing here for different impacts, explosions, missiles, and so on. I always try to take a lot of references to try and find good elements that I can take from here. So for example, here, I really like sand explosions a lot. And so for this type of explosion, like you cannot recreate this thing in a game with just one simulation. It's multiple different elements. So you'd have your dirt, rocks, you would have your smoke, you have the spiky smokes coming out of there because of the impact of the force. You have the fire here in a little bit in the background, and so on. Same thing here. For example, you look at this and you're like, okay, I like the fire. I don't like the smoke. So what can I do to get the same type of fire or the same type of explosion, but not this type of smoke, and so on and so on. So it's not just for realistic. For me, I also enjoyed gathering reference for hand-drawn, stylized.
You said you don't do that, Mustafa, so how dare you?
Just to get familiar with the different styles and try and see like what elements I can use to make things even better and so on. Granted, I haven't really used stylization in my own work, but it's just good practice for me to do. Just gather a lot of reference to see how things work in different styles. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed this lecture, and I hope to see you in the next one.
Yes, we'll see you. Okay, let's go to the next one. Let's just read a little bit about this one. So here we have everything included almost from the PureRef. All right, let's just copy those, have them here in our PureRef, and get this one too. Okay, so the most interesting parts, I think, is gathering the reference and have, for example, like the elements of them. So when he said like, okay, this is an explosion, this is gonna be like the first thing that's gonna happen, and then the burning, which is gonna be the second thing in a car explosion. And here, this I think was interesting that it was, not so clean fuel, so it's gonna create a lot of smoke. As you know, the other way around, where if it's clean, it's gonna be just actual fire with little to no smoke, depending on what it's burning. Okay, cool. These are atmospheric, I feel like, things are burning, and like fire in the wild. More and more and more references. Some rain references here. The explosion with the water and stuff like that. Okay, so we gathered those. Let's go in here. As you know, visual effects are an important part of any game. It can create immersion. Yeah, I think this is repeating itself right now. But did you know that there is a whole process that goes into creating the effects for a game? Reference gathering. Yeah, I mean, this is just repeating what the video said. I do not want to ignore the text going forward because I think it will add stuff. Just gotta go through it very, very fast. This can include anything from environment, add combat to UI, cinematics. Okay, so it can go anywhere. All right, so let's go next one. Reference is important. I think we get
Hello,
that
everyone,
message a lot.
and welcome to the workflow section.
Okay, workflow.
So I wanted to go over just a bit of things just to keep in mind. So in this type of situation, we have our environment. So when you're in the industry and you're working on a project, 9 times out of 10, you're going to work on a project that is, depending on when you are hired, either it's at the end of its production cycle or currently in production. Rarely that you'll be hired at a really early stage, like concepting or
Hello, we're back. Sorry, I had a like really bad stuffed nose, so I needed to go. All right, so we're back at it. I don't want to give you too much of my voice, more of Mustafa's voice, please. All right, let's go back.
I wanted to go over just a bit of things just to keep in mind. So in this type of situation, we have our environment. So when you're in the industry and you're working on a project, 9 times out of 10, you're going to work on a project that is, depending on when you are hired, either it's at the end of its production cycle or currently in production. Rarely that you'll be hired at a really early stage, like concepting or
I did
early pre-production.
I did though.
Usually it's middle of pre-production or end of pre-production.
But
most of the stuff that you usually get are not at a final quality. So what we decided to do is give you something like an environment and go over just like our thinking process behind what we do or how we approach something in this case. So for me personally, when I look at environments and how I can change things or make it come to life and so on, it usually depends. So for this instance, now that we have our level in here without the effects, lighting is finalized and so on. Just a piece of advice or something to keep in mind. Lighting will never be finalized before or after VFX. VFX and lighting are always going to be working together to get the correct look and approach. Part of the
I didn't know that lighting and VFX will be working together all the time, but that makes a lot of sense in the terms of that they're both trying to achieve the same thing, but more. I think lighting has more to do with like where the players should be looking, where the players what are like the important things to look at, where like in terms of path and things like that. I think VFX does the same thing, right? Like if you have a sparkle somewhere like of electricity or whatever, it's probably gonna do the same thing as well. So I think they both work together. But it's interesting that the lighting wouldn't be done until the very end. Sidewave, you're leaving and joining. Hey. All right, so let's go.
The reason I say that for this case is because we try to finish the lighting so we don't have to do it while we have our effects in there. So I'm just going to take a screenshot of this right here. Okay, and open it up in the snipping tool. So looking at it in this way, there are a couple of things that I usually do. When I first started, and this is a good practice for anybody that wants to do this, take a screenshot of your environment and try to concept it maybe. Or if you don't know how to concept it, just do as I do. When I first started, I usually like take a screenshot of something and just like do this. Like how would it look like with falling leaves, for example. Let's change the color for this to white. Like basically having rain. It's that small details that you're trying to get to a point where you see it in your head before you see it on your canvas or your environment. So for example, like we have the rain. Okay, we see that we have a vent here. So let's say we're gonna do some steam. Let's see, we have a wire from here. So let's change this to like orange. We're gonna do the sparks. That's a really bad sparks. And for example, as me and Bjorn were going through this, we wanted to add some lens flares. So the only two sources of light are this one right here and this, but we wanted to do it for this one because it's more visible. So let's say like we're gonna have a lens flare, some motes in the air.
Hello everyone, thanks for joining. I'm just having really bad allergies, so sneezing a lot. Yes, a little bit of Houdini. Long arm 358. Thanks for joining. I'll just keep my mic a little bit muted, and excuse me for just having a little bit of allergic reactions. Okay, I'm gonna keep the video going.
Mostly the motes are gonna be visible in the light. And this is something that you don't necessarily need to do with light. It's like, for example, when you're doing it in a internal structure like a house or a room or anything, and it has that light going through like a god ray or something like that, you can do that, the modes for.
Oh, Conqueror. The Conqueror. Hey, Jack, can you check Discord? All right, let's check Discord. Oh my god, that's Mustafa. Yo, you can show me. You can show the modes chapter. Oh yeah, I will. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, Mustafa, thank you so much. Like, show it on the stream. Just waiting for a confirmation. That's cool, man. Thank you. I'm having like really a hard time with the allergies right now. But hey, Mustafa just joined and he gave us the permission to show the modes. That's awesome. Yeah, let's show it. Hell yeah. I'm gonna keep the video running because you for sure don't want to hear me rambling. Let's hear Mustafa. He's doing a great job explaining stuff.
So just as an example of what I'm trying to do. Next, maybe we're gonna have our fire here. So looking at this, right, you already have the wood in here. So I assume that there's going to be a fire in here, especially where in the scene, you'll see that the light is flickering. And that basically allows you to understand like, oh, the lighting artist did that. So that means that this is a something that's flickering and it might be a fire, or if it's a light over here, it'd be another light source and so on. So now that we have most of the stuff that we wanted to do here, let's see. Next will be the splashes, of course. And these are some really bad splashes. But you get the gist of it. So that's the thinking process that I go through sometimes just to see like, okay, what can we do and so on. And of course, we said that we're going to have our decal, but again, the environment might actually have that decal in it, so you don't really need to worry about that. Next steps are going to be gathering reference for each individual one. Usually, I would recommend getting a lot of video reference and not screen stills. I do stills because I know in my brain, or I visualize how it should look like. So that's why like sometimes I get a screenshot instead of a video. But if you're starting out, I recommend 100% start with videos. Make sure that these are the things that you're trying to get. And of course, I'm going to write down a diagram or a little bit of list of things that we usually do in a pipeline environment and the workflow that we use when it comes to how to create things. But yeah, hope you enjoyed this section, and I will see you in the first lesson.
Okay. I think that was very helpful. Just like take the screenshot of the thing that you need to create and like go to the Photoshop, especially if you have Photoshop skills or Krita, whatever, and just start photo bashing some of the things, or just paint it yourself. I feel like that is very helpful for Mustafa that he said that. All right, so let's go through the text here a little bit. A VFX pipeline is a process by which completed visual effects are delivered into a game. Okay, typically a VFX pipeline will involve multiple software application. All right, and stages. Cool. The basic of steps of a VFX pipeline are as follows: pre-production, production, post-production, release, the pipeline. All right, so let's go through it. The pre-production stage is crucial for setting the tone of the game. It is during the stage that the game's art direction is decided and the initial concept art is created. The concept art helps to create the assets that will later appear in the game. The VFX artists work closely with the game's art director to capture the game's visual style. This, in my opinion, so far with my experience, which is little, is basically what you will get from like a, let's see, from like a AAA, AA environment. You will be able to be in pre-production a little bit, like a week or two. But when it comes to like freelancing, when the art direction is already created, they're tight on time, you might not be able to have the luxury of pre-production. Pre-production is awesome if you can get there. Do indeed. Let's go to the next one. Production. During this stage, the visual effects team will create the assets and hook up the VFX to the animation. They will also place the effects in the world as needed. So we're talking creation, implementation. Variation might come later, but as long as you have implemented like the explosions where they're supposed to be implemented, or like the poisonous effects, like the burst when it tells the player, oh, this person or this player is poisoned, or you are poisoned, and then the actual like proc of it continuing on being processed, and then you would create variations out of that later. So this will ensure that the final product is of the highest quality and meets all standards required. All right, so post-production, let's go. The game enters post-production. During the stage, any final tweaks or changes are made to the final visuals. The VFX artist, and there's a link to the blog post, I'm assuming. I'm just gonna open it in a new tab here. Oh, actually, it's a Wikipedia. Oh. All right, so the VFX artist may also have to create marketing materials such as trailers and screenshots. Interesting. Finally, the game is ready for distribution by creating master files and packaging everything up for. So polishing is post-production and some trailer work, I guess. And then we have release. Before release, VFX artists have to finish working on all of the effects, unless it's a live service game. All right, where there is usually a lot of stuff to be done for the next update, the artists move to a different project. Okay, so that's the release phase, and then the VFX pipeline. We have like a thing that we can open, hopefully in a new page, and get a better screenshot out of it. Let's put that in our pure ref for this course. Sorry, excuse me. Allergies. All right, so let's put this and Control N, say pipeline. Hope you can read all of this, you guys. All right, so we're gonna put this pipeline thingy here, make it a little bit bigger, make the whole pure ref a little bit bigger for everybody to see, so you're not squinting your eyes. All right, so we have VFX style. Realistic VFX, stylized VFX, hand drawn. So you're deciding which style. It could be realistic, stylized, or maybe semi-stylized, semi and semi-realistic. It depends on which style, right? Semi-R or semi-S, or completely 2D, right? Hand drawn, which could also go into this here. These two can work together, and sometimes, yeah, these two can also go together, creating the semi-realistic. It's a bit of more complex story, but we can go. Reference gathering, yep, that's when you have established art direction, right? Art direction. Sorry. Then you go into the phase where you start reference gathering. And you might even have reference from the art director, Solami or Solomai. Nice to have you here, my friend. All right, so art direction is giving you references, or you are creating your references. Then there's also the technical references. So technical reference gathering, in my opinion, this is also important if you don't have much time. What is technical? Good day. What is a technical reference? Well, basically, you're kind of gathering what is easy to do technically, and what are you most confident in doing technically as well. Core code, nice to have you here. Thanks for joining. And then you're gathering that and you're going over the artistic vision again, and telling that artist, art director, whoever, the team, the production, okay, this is what I can do. I'm confident in those skills. This is what is hard, right? Because you collected your tech reference. And this is what is challenging. So question mark, right? Why do you need to do that? Well, it's good to do that because we're not capable of doing everything, right? Theoretically, that would be cool. That would be amazing. But production might suffer. The game might suffer. So it's much easier if you just stay honest. Okay. Creating textures using simulation. Okay, so it depends on the style. Creating texture using Photoshop. Krita. Yeah. Creating texture using animate. Krita. Creating meshes using a 3D package. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. So you're basically creating what is needed in terms of like, all right, 3D meshes or 2D textures. Here, these are things that you will need for your particle system. Then you will put those into the engine. But yeah, and then you have material editor, exactly, and then you have particle system. Sometimes Procreate gang for hand painted. For real. Yes. Okay, so this can go like this, 1, 2, 3. But it could also go like this. You've gathered your reference, then you create a particle system based on block out, right? So you have cubes, or spheres, whatever, right? You have the right movement, you have the right everything, then you can implement it in the game. Implement, right? And once that is done, you could start working on polishing it. So you start creating the meshes, you start creating the material. There's approaches to this. I think this is the approach for realistic. I think it's very focused on realistic because you need to know how the explosions are looking. With stylized, sometimes you just need the approximate movement. It depends, but just keep in mind, oh my god, I made it even more complicated. Yes, let's keep it like this. Yeah, just keep in mind you might have to change things, but this is the rough thing, I guess. Yeah, let's go back to the course itself. Cool. Of workflow. And let's complete and continue. Guys, we did 8%. Look at us. I'm very proud of us. All right.
Hello, everybody.
Project setup.
So we're going to be going over how to set up the project for our course. So a couple of things to keep in mind. One is we're going to be using Unreal 5.3. And for the users who are using 5.4, please let us know if there are any issues so we can fix them. If you want to leave the feedback for that in the Discord channel feedback, and let us know so we can get to that as soon as we can. So a couple of things. After you download your content folder, you'll basically get access to this folder here. So what you're going to do is open up your content browser, and where you see the content folder, right click and find show in Explorer. And what you're going to do, go back to the folder before, close down Unreal, and you're going to delete this. Right click and back for that in the Discord channel feedback is we're going to be using Unreal 5.3. And for the users who are using 5.4, please let us know if there are any issues so we can fix them. If you want to leave the feedback for that in the Discord channel feedback, and let us know so we can get to that as soon as we can. So a couple of things. After you download your content folder, you'll basically get access to this.
Hey, oh, thank you. Whoever followed, Tommy D just subscribed. All right, thank you so much, Tommy D. All right, so I'm setting up the project slowly. I will open it up with 5.5 because installing 5.3 will take some time. So what I'll do is I'll just continue now with 5.5, and just in case, I'll have 5.3 to lay back on as a backup. Okay, and here I am getting the actual zip file that I downloaded from the bottom, the content.zip. All right, and we will unzip that file. Sorry, and yeah, let's see what we can do with it. We're probably gonna put it in a secured location, better than the downloads, but let's see if we got it. Yep. I'll just gotta call it Mad VFX environment project. Let me switch to English here. Perfect. I hope this is helpful so far, but it will be more helpful later. Okay, Mad VFX. Let's go to like documents or whatever. Place that there. I'm not sure if it's gonna work. All right, so back to here, the Epic launcher. We're gonna launch a 5.5. Let's just see if it's gonna work. But wait, let's see what the tutorial is saying actually.
This folder here. So what you're gonna do is open up your content browser, and where you see the content folder, right click and find show in Explorer. And
okay,
what you're gonna do?
Yeah. Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. Let's open Unreal first. Sorry, this is always setting up a project is always like a boring task, but it is an important one, so we're just gonna do it. Launching Unreal right now. It's gonna take some time. Let's see what we need to do.
To the folder before. Close down Unreal, and you're gonna delete this. Control Shift and delete. So now that's deleted. You want to get the content.
Let's go back a little bit.
So now that's deleted. You want to get the content folder from the zip file that we provide into the folder where your project located. And when you put it in there, make sure you press F5. So it basically refreshes the folder content, and it won't basically won't get overridden by another content folder. So launch your project again.
What did we delete again? I didn't pay attention.
The content folder. So just the folder content, and it won't and you're gonna delete this. Control Shift and delete.
What? Why
so
did we
now
copy
that's
it if we're deleting it anyway? All right, so
Shift
go back
and delete. Right click and find show in Explorer.
Okay.
And what you're gonna do? Go back to the folder before. Close down Unreal, and you're gonna delete this. Control Shift and delete. So now that's deleted.
Hello.
You want to get the content folder
nice to have you here again,
from
friend.
the zip file that we provide into the folder.
Okay, so we're deleting the content folder, and then we're adding a new
project
content folder in a new project. Okay, so I think I get it. Let's try here again. So what we'll do is we will make a new project, I guess. Actually, can we open the project? Is that doable? Oh, shit. Sorry about that. That's not what I wanted to do. I hate Unreal. Okay. Let's see. We have the content here. Yeah. You know what? Let's just do it with this project. That's fine with me. Okay. You know what? No, maybe not. Okay. Maybe not do this right now. Okay, let's get Unreal back again. Let's get the Epic launcher actually. This is a bit of a shit show. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna launch it. It's hopefully not gonna take a whole day. And we're gonna see. We're gonna wait. Mini Halloween. Is this your first time? I remember someone with a similar name tag that was here before. I'm not sure if this is your, but it says it's your first time chatter. Well, it's nice to have you here. And so yeah, let's create a new folder. Third person, I suppose. And we're just gonna call that one Mad VFX. Mad VFX. What is it? The Mad VFX environment. So I'm just gonna say inv and create. Let's wait for it a little bit. Then we're gonna pull the actual content in here.
Located. And when you put it in there, make sure you press F5. Yeah. So it basically refreshes the folder content, and it won't basically won't get overridden by another content folder. So launch your project again.
Yeah. Okay. So we just need to create a project. Oh, wow, that was fast. Okay. So we get to the Explorer here. So we'll go right click, right? Show, no, wait, this one. Show folder. No, okay, I clicked the wrong one. Oh yeah, show an Explorer is the one we need. And we're here. We're gonna go one back, close Unreal. So far I understand that. And come on, Unreal. Okay. And then what we'll do is delete the content folder. Here we go. Content, shift delete, boom. And we will go to the content that is provided to us. Copy that, paste it here. Wait for it. And refresh that. Hey, Caramel Glamour. Nice to have you here. Nice to have you guys here. Thanks for joining. Let me have you in the chat. Let's talk a little bit. All right, so we figured out how to make the content folder. Let's launch the project and make sure it's actually working. Because if it is, then we have the Mad VFX. Hey. Nice to have you here. So who are you and what do you do? All right, let's just gotta wait for it. Here, yeah, the chat element is not working. I should figure that out separately. Okay, so we have that. Let me get out of the way here, and Unreal is open. Here we go. Let's close this. All right, so here we have environment. We have a level. Let's launch that level here. Let's get this all on full screen. All right, there's some errors. I think it's because it's 5.5 and not 5.4. It's gonna load, I think, everything in that. What is going on here? You are trying to link Houdini to Unreal? Actually, not really. So right now we're not linking anything. We're gonna create effects in Houdini and make them play in real time, following the tutorial from Mad VFX. Okay, this is lagging as F. Okay, anybody knows how to take the quality and lower it down in Unreal? Does anyone know a good guide how to do that? If you know, let me know. Yeah, so this is the environment provided by Mad VFX. It looks amazing. It looks cool. I think I remember we could do things like hide those light icons, but I can't remember exactly where to do it. Show, I guess, and BSP, cloud, fog, grid, hair, landscape, lights, somewhere here, right? I don't know. I forgot all my knowledge in Unreal. Let's try on lit, actually. Is it faster? Why is it lagging so much, man? Oh, it's much better. Anyway, so this is the actual environment without the lights. So we will be working with this here. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it a lot. This is a huge help. So yeah, this is the environment provided by the course. And let's go back to it. Let's see what the next steps are. Cool.
Wait seconds. And now you'll see that you have your folders here. So we have the level folder and we have the level content. I don't think you should mess with this. This is just basically the level itself. Any textures, meshes, and things like that for the actual environment. So the two things that you'll find inside the VFX folder is the fire, and inside it you'll see the textures that we provide you with.
Hey, that's
and
cool.
Yeah, that's basically how you set up the project for this. Again, you have the cinematic cameras and...
Okay. So, first thing first, I would really like to lower the quality of the Unreal project. So let's look into that. Unreal Engine 5 lower quality. Because I'm lagging like a mother fucker. Lower resolution to improve frame rates. All right, let's check that out. Setting top right. Okay, Solomai. I hope I'm saying your name right here. Hey, thanks for the help. All right, so top right and set scalability to medium. All right, so here I'm supposing in like I'm guessing here in this one, top right here. Nope. Also nope. Let's get that to full screen again. You say, is your viewport set to low and take off real time for now? All right, let me check. Setting top right. I'm guessing this one. And nah, very top right, not the view. Exactly, yeah. Let's see. World setting, I guess. Let's see. What did you say? Set scalability to medium. Scalability. Let's see. World settings, project settings. Either world settings or project settings. But let's see. Allow strict box selection. Blah blah blah. Engine scale. Ah, here it is. And material. All right, so this is cool too. Let's go with medium here, and let's scalability epic right now. Okay, so we can put medium, and then it will be a medium. Yeah. Okay. So, oh wow. All right, so let's see. Let's put it on lit. Oh my god, that is way faster, dude. Hell yeah. Now we're talking. Cool. Thank you so much for the help. That have helped so much. Be sure to set frame rate in settings to constant 60 or lower, or it will be all over the place. All right. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. That is great. Thank you so much. All right, so let's go back to this. I guess I could set up screen percentage, plane editor, monitor editor performance. I think we're good so far. Just the frame rate thing, yeah, I don't know yet how to do. I remember doing it once, but I forgot how to do it. Okay, but so far so good. This looks great. It's fast. It's interactive. And I remember him doing something here with cinematic, and we get to see the cinematic thingy. All right, so how do I get these icons out of the way? I remember a button, maybe H, if I'm right. Oh wait, I could zoom out here. I should probably not mess with this, honestly. I think it was H. No. I'm hiding the door. Oh no. No, its door is gone. Go back to English and Control Z. Okay. How was this? Okay, so I'm just gonna Google it real quick. Press G. Damn. Almost. Yes! We got it. Keep in mind that scalability set to low mid can make the lighting look worse. So if something doesn't work like the tutorial, you might need to level it up again just to check. All right, thank you so much. This is so helpful. Yeah, I am very appreciative of your feedback. All right. Oh my god, Bjorn is here. He is giving me the tips. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate that. All right, so no pressure at all. All right, so let's go back to the course here, and let's check.
And everything that you need to get started. Hope you have fun in the lessons.
Yes, we will. All right, so I just got a notification before that we're able to show all the modes. So all of this will be able to show. We're not gonna hide it, because usually, just for you to know, I go like this. When I'm watching something.
Environmental effects. Even the smallest effects you're working on can have a very big impact on the scene.
Sorry. Here we go.
when it comes to environmental effects, even the smallest effects you're working on...
Oh, wait. I think we have 4K. Let's go to 4K. Oh, no, not 4K. Okay.
...can have a very big impact on the scene. In the first lecture, we're gonna go over how to create some dust modes, which are a great way to fill the scene and make everything seem a bit more alive. This will be a good start for some of the less experienced students, because we will go over how to create the basic principles in Photoshop, Substance Designer, as well as Niagara. But even for the more experienced people, we will have a couple more interesting techniques which they can apply. Starting with the texture creation, we will build the same texture in Substance Designer and Photoshop, so you can kind of learn the basics of those two programs and simply decide which one you prefer or have access to. Afterwards, we will jump into Unreal and build our first particle system, which afterwards we will change up a bit to kind of make it a bit more performant and also teach you a couple more advanced techniques along the way, which can be very handy to use in production. So let's start with our first lesson and make you an environmental VFX wizard.
Jawohl, let's do it. Cool. Let's get some stuff started. I think I do have Material Maker, which is a substance to substance designer. Why I did it correctly. That's amazing. Material Maker. I do have the zip file. Why don't I have it installed? That is weird, dude. Maybe, and this is a huge thing. I think I did not. I think because it's based in Godot or on Godot, it's not gonna. Let me see. Material Maker. Here we go, and we're just gonna launch that. All right, so this tutorial looks cool as hell. I think I will take a look. Yeah, definitely take a look, and don't forget to. So this is a paid tutorial. So what I'm showing you is very paid. Is very, very paid. But yeah, definitely have a look with us today. Let's go to Material Maker and see what we can do here. Okay, so Material Maker is on. I have never worked with this before, so disclaimer out there. I worked with Substance Designer, but never worked with Material Maker. So maybe we play with this a little bit today. I don't know. I guess this is where you get the nodes. I guess this is where you get the noise. You get a noise here. You click on it. You see the noise. This is amazing. You can make it up to 2K. You have noise, and just like this, we have the texture. Everybody. Okay. Also, the person talking in it looks handsome. I think that's important. I think one of you is Bjorn. I think one of you, or the other one is for sure. You're both from Mad VFX. That's for sure. Okay, let's go back. All right, so next one, we're gonna make textures in Krita, and we'll see
lecture
how to do
we're
it.
gonna go over the basics on how to create like a mode splatter texture. And what you can see in here already is like a tileable splatter texture for it. So this is gonna be the first thing which we're gonna create. From there on, we will jump into a smaller one, which is done for like the individual sprites. This one will basically build upon this one, where we take this just a tiny bit and then basically mask out the edges. And then in the end, we just go in, scale it smaller, adjust a couple more things, create it more of like a focus point in the middle, and just scale it very small for the actual like individual small particles. Because like you can see here, like it's 64 times 64, and you can even go lower with stuff like this, so there doesn't need to be a lot of detail. But let me actually show you how we're gonna approach that. So if we jump into Photoshop, this right here is like a 1K texture, so 1024 times 1024, and we could go in and just like basically draw a bunch of like smaller points like this, obviously a bit more beautiful, and then just like duplicate that, blur it, and do a couple of things. But when it comes to stuff like this, it's actually quite useful to just go with stuff which is actually already available, because there's a bunch of time you actually don't have the time for doing stuff like this. So there is a bunch of very nice Photoshop brushes online for free, which you can download. And for this one, we're going to go with this here by the lovely Nathan Brown. You can just download it and use it. And as soon as you did that, you basically go in here and then you can just download another thing and use it in here. So you click on the 3 little lines and go to import brushes. I already downloaded it in here, so when we go into the environment courses, just the ABR file, that's what's going to be used, and then we get it. So there it is. Those are the brushes. There's like multiple ones in here. And the first thing which we're going to do is we create a second layer, because we should definitely work with layers on those. And what you can already see, if I scale it bigger, this is kind of what it looks like. So yeah, basically it's just a square with a lot of dots,
Hello.
different distribution
VFX.
when it comes to a couple of things. There's also multiple ones which already have like scaling and stuff applied, so this is always very big by default. So go with something which actually fits the size of our canvas. So this here, it's actually not too bad, but a bit too big. So we're gonna go with like 400, and then what we can do in here is we go to the brush settings, and then we have smoothing already enabled. It doesn't really help us a lot on here because we're not gonna paint like this for it. We will go into the scattering part, and we're gonna make like a count jitter, different values here to kind of stretch it a bit, and here shape dynamics, the size, as well as like the angle. That is the most important one for it. And yeah, basically from there on, we're just gonna kind of paint a couple of spots in here. If you take a look at this, this is actually a bit too noisy, so we're gonna do a bigger version. So let's go with something like 700. So when doing this now, you don't really need to care a lot about like distribution or stuff, because we're gonna like adjust that anyway afterwards. Because what we have right now, this looks like something, but it's not really gonna be a nice final result. So what we're gonna do is we take like a second layer and we select a different brush for it. So this one, it's a bit too directional, so this one, this is kind of nice. And we just add a couple smaller things here in the background, and those would be just smaller, not really smaller, less opacity. So you can also put it in the background, and just kind of keep in mind, this is supposed to be like the background, which you can then adjust nicely to create a bit more contrast in the image, which can be really useful just to give a bit of depth to textures which usually don't really have them. And yeah, so from here on, this is a decent start. Obviously spend a bit more time on it to really make it sell. And then there's the most important part, because we want to use this in a titleable fashion.
Okay, I'm just gonna show you what I'm working on before I go to the bathroom. I already started a little bit with Krita. I chose this brush, which is called Texture Splat. Cool. It looks like this, basically. So you can make bigger ones, smaller. It's not perfect by any sense, but it's open source. And then you have the Shift W. You have this Shift W cool thingy here, where you could see if it's salable or not. You know, scale up, scale down, do things like this. See if it's gonna be tellable or not. This is a pretty cool feature. I think Photoshop has this too, but I forgot how to set it up. You know, just try to connect the dots and continue here. So like, you know, just keep going. Make it a little more, make it like look like it's all one texture. Of course, if you're zoomed in, it's gonna look amazing, but then you zoom out and it's like, what? Cool. All right, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom. See you guys in like 5 minutes, and then we can continue the course. Mad VFX, everybody. If you want to get their stuff, where is it here? 20% off, code Jack20. Check out their website. I'll be right back. Boom, boom, boom. Be right back. Be right back. So, we're right back. Cool. And let's go back to the Let's Learn. Cool. And yeah, we've been creating the textures. I'll keep the video running while we keep creating the textures.
Which means those pixels here on the bottom and those on the top, they should be the same. So when you tile it and you move it upwards, it always shows it. And I can kind of super easily show you what I mean with that. If we now merge those layers here together, we can go to filter, go to other, and then the offset. And the offset, let me get that up here. That is pretty much the same thing which we're gonna have like in Unreal. So whenever you're gonna use a tiling texture and you kind of move it around, or like a panner node, that's what it's doing. It just kind of moves the UVs. And with a lot of textures, you usually get into the issue that it's not nicely tileable. Especially Photoshop comes with a bunch of little issues. As soon as you blur something, there will be like a little line in here. And in here, honestly, it's not as noticeable because it's a very noisy texture in general. But if we kind of go a bit closer, then you're going to notice there is a line. You see that? So now let me select a bit of a better brush for that. So here you have a line. Basically, there's a cross in this image, and you don't want to get that. So for a texture like this, getting rid of it is likely quite easy. There's multiple ways of doing it. You could right now just literally draw stuff over.
So just to explain what's happening right now, there was an offset operation I think Bjorn did here, where it takes the right edge, basically, and the left edge, and it offsets them in the middle, so you can create, the tileability, basically. And the same thing for up and down, right? The upper edge, the lower edge, and in the middle. And with Krita, the cool thing is you don't need that. The moment you press Shift W, you're getting the, you're painting here, and it's all getting tileability. Boom, done, right? So yeah, that's, I think, the same thing in Photoshop. That could be the case. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, let's keep learning.
A pretty well-known or like well-used method is just to take like here the smudge tool and just be like whoop whoop whoop. Not on this scale, so it would go a bit closer in, but the size smaller. Hardness should be 0 for stuff like this, and then also you have here strength 100, which is way too much. You go with like 15, let's say that, and then you could kind of move those in here and out and just create a bit of a pattern which flows into each other. This is not great yet, but what we're going to use, because that's honestly quite easy on such an image, we're just going to use the clone stamp tool. So when we go to there it is, the spot healing brush tool. So we can draw something like this here, and it's not gonna do what I want. Okay. The healing brush tool. I'm sorry, it was the wrong one. Yes, and then with Alt and plus, we can kind of adjust those.
So just showing you what I'm doing right here. So I'm zooming so much out, right? With the Shift W on, I'm seeing what is being repetitive and removing and adding upon that. So when I add something, like it can get so prominently visible, like a circle. Literally, you could see it all the time, right? Hey, Metastic, nice to have you here. But if you add like small details here, where the area is like so visible, right? Like for now, it's this area here, like here, if I'm hovering. If I get it to be less adamant, like less visible, you have a better tileability, like this, right? But if the moment I add like a circle, look, I'm seeing how many times being tiled, right? That's your goal with tileability. You want the details to be less adamant. It's not going to be perfect. Like, you will still be able to see that it is tileable. But of course, like the less you see that, the better it's going to be. And don't forget, in the engine, it's going to be spinning. It's going to be going around. It's going to be scrolling through right to left to right, up to down, etc., etc. All right, so let's go back to the video. Less of me and more of Björn.
Things. And we can redraw the shape we just selected. So if you see here, when we use like Alt, we can basically say, okay, this is the area. You can kind of mark it, and then just with the left mouse button, you can redraw it. So there you have like these spots we just selected, and you kind of can draw those in, sample a couple of them, each couple units, and then this is gonna look a lot more natural if you do it nicely. So same with here, just draw a couple of those in, and that's probably gonna be it for this image. Like I said, for this one, it's not too hard because it's a very noisy image. There won't be like a lot of really strong cuts, and even if there are, it's not gonna be that visible. Yeah, if we have those now, something which you can do to enhance it even further. We already added like 2 layers. Create another one, and then what we're gonna do with it is we're gonna offset it. So we're gonna kind of move it. Nice. So just to get a bit more detail in there, and then put it to either lighten or add. Screen can also look quite nice for some parts. Multiply can give you nice contrast, but it's gonna erase a lot of detail, obviously, from the image. So depending on what you want right now, it might not really be what you need. So let's go with screen, and then adjust it a bit again, and yeah, just give it a bit more detail. Other things which you can do is you go in here, you select the levels, and therefore just kind of mask out certain parts of the image, either make them brighter or make them just very, very visible. This is too much for us, but like we can go with something like this here. So when you have stuff like this, it always kind of is important to check it afterwards in the engine. So when we take this as a reference and we would now kind of use it in the engine, what you can see here is those things, the final result which I had, I really saw. First of all, I used a slightly different brush. And then also what I did is I erased stuff afterwards. So when I have like all of this, I go in here and basically merge those layers together. And from there on, just start masking a couple of things out. For that one, you can go with like a pretty low hardness value, just a default brush. And also lower the opacity. You don't want to like erase everything like immediately, super strongly. But now you kind of go in here and you can just draw in a couple of nice shapes and make it a bit easier for yourself, and don't try to draw immediately over the edge, because if you do that,
new to game dev but not programming, how hard is it to make a simple TFT clone without all the complex graphics but the core features such as traits, classes, and the battle mechanics? Well, you kind of have to figure that out on your own, my friend. I do not do game dev here, but I do visual effects for games. That's just one aspect of it. When it comes to TFT, it's a big game. Like, what are you looking into? Are you looking into multiplayer? Or like, what exactly the features that are? Thing is, games take a lot of time. Start with something simple, Tetris, something very simple, like Pac-Man, or whatever. I think that will help you a lot.
It's a decent chance that you would need to go back into actually adjusting everything, because the tiling might break. Like I said, for this kind of texture, not too bad. But yeah, just keep it in mind. So if we have all of this here, this already looks a bit nicer. And then the opacity can be a bit lower, something like this. We don't need that much detail in it. And as a last step, you could go in and slightly blur it. This is way too much. Go in and go to something like this here. 3 pixels. That could be nice. Keep it at whole values. Therefore, it breaks less often when you try to tile it. See, so there is a little thing here.
So far, all right. So let's keep going.
Adjust that so that you also see the entire process again. So we go in here. You see the edge, and yeah, this time we're gonna do something slightly different. We're gonna go in here and we're gonna abuse the fill tool. So this is too much. Select something, so you can just use L for the lasso tool, and a right mouse button, and you can say content aware fill. And basically, if you apparently there's not enough source material for this one, but usually what you can do is you just kind of do this and then fill content aware stuff, and it would fill it out, which can be really nice when you start blurring it a bit more like we did in here. This sometimes does not get enough information. So then we just kind of go in here with the approach I told you. So we just move all the stuff slightly. Now it's blurred, so it is even easier to see. Just kind of move it into multiple directions to kind of smudge it a bit together. And this will already kind of do the trick for it. You really don't need to spend a lot more time on it, but make sure that there's like no edges visible anymore, because they can still appear in your effects, and that can be really annoying to just look at. So if we have this, we're pretty much good to go. So last check, going into filter, going into other offset, and just kind of move it around, see if you still spot certain pixels where there's like a black line for the edge. If not, and you're happy with it, just use that, import it to the engine, and then continue from there on. We're actually going to do the next one immediately out of this one, because it just makes sense. Like I said, this one is for the tileable stuff, which we're going to use later, and the next one is going to be for the individual sprites. So sometimes you just want to spawn stuff on a sprite, and then you don't want to have like the edges show up. This one is super easy. We just created basically the perfect base for it. You duplicate it, you're gonna move it here with an offset again. That's the wrong offset. Here. And just try to find a spot where it's like nicely distributed and it just looks kind of interesting. This one. Maybe like this. This is good. You go in there, and then it's really easy. Just erase the edges, right? So this time you can put the opacity quite high, and then just slowly go to the edges, click a couple of times, erase them, and try to make sure that you don't get like a boxy feeling to it. So it should kind of feel natural. Also, don't do this. So I already erased a bit too much. So what you can do, you do the first rough edge cleanup, and then you go in and change the opacity a bit lower, and then just kind of create more soft fall-offs on those things. And this is probably actually going to work out like this. So yeah.
All right.
So this is what we're going to have right now. We can do the same stuff as before, where we therefore just kind of say, okay, this is the base, use the second layer, duplicate it again, rotate it or edit, however you want to use it. So one useful thing can be to just kind of go in here, and with Control T, you can go into transform mode, and then just say flip vertical and also flip horizontal, those two things. You can do scale it a bit.
Becomes your own brush.
And then you can kind of break up the silhouette a bit more again and just get a bit more of a natural looking feel to it. So yeah, when we have this, similar as before, we can adjust here some of the opacity values. And yeah, basically this is going to be our sprite in the end.
So I think I'll go without cutting the edges. I can always go back and cut them, right? So sometimes I like to learn the hard way, right? Especially if it's not explained to me why I'm deleting the edges and making it look like this, basically. Like an oval shape like this. I'm not yet convinced, but I trust in Bjorn's experience. I just want to learn it the hard way, right? It's fine if you just want to learn it the hard way, experiment a little bit, fail, because you fail forward, you don't fall like backwards. So I'll just go with this for now. The reason being, trusting my own like reasoning of why I think this is this tileability looks better. I think this is very bad here. Let me just delete that a little bit here. Yeah, here a little bit less of that, less of that. Yeah, this looks a bit like a sky in my opinion, like a night sky basically. Don't want to blur it yet. Again, I just want to learn the hard way. Those are all small changes that I could add later if I see like, okay, this thing is not going well. All right, so let's get to work then. Yeah, I think we're gonna save this. We're gonna save the whole Krita file, right? Let me take that here, and put it in the. Where should I put this? Let's make a new file. Call it Mad VFX. Exports, yes, because with Unreal it's a bit different. It's different than Unity. I think you cannot just save stuff in your Unreal. I'm not sure about that. Don't quote me. But I'm not sure honestly. But let's see. Let's do, what is it called? This thing, modes, texture generator. Perfect, we got it. It's here. And then there's the next chapter is Substance Designer. Will be interesting to see if we could do the same thing in Material Maker.
Try to create something which does have like a nice shape to it. So you can go in here and take a look. This is how the end result was. So again, slightly different brush, more points, therefore smaller. Which I can recommend for stuff like this, but you always need to kind of find what works for you because having big...
Let's go back a little bit.
Again, and just get a bit more of a natural looking feel to it. So, yeah. When we have this,
hey,
similar as before,
Rauk.
we can
here.
adjust here some of the opacity values. And yeah, basically this is going to be our sprite in the end. Try to create something which does have like a nice shape to it. So you can go in here and take a look. This is how the end result was. So again, slightly different brush, more points, therefore smaller, which I can recommend for stuff like this, but you always need to kind of find what works for you because having bigger points like this here can be really useful, so it won't be erased by certain post-process effects like anti-aliasing and those kind of fun little things which always get into your way, and then suddenly you lose all the information. But if you have those bigger, brighter points, they might still be visible, and therefore you actually get more out of your text.
So now we learned that it is actually quite important to have the bigger points from afar. So let's get these on real quick. The only thing here I could see could be an issue is the actual brush that we will use for this. This is not so good. All right, so shall we add them manually? Maybe that's a good idea. Let me check. Yeah, we might be a bit limited because of the software, or because of my knowledge about the software. That could also be. Yeah, something like this. All right, so Shift W, right? Let's get these in. Let's make them less prominent, like really less prominent. Make them a bit more big here, and we can also delete them later, like shape them correctly. Something like this. And yeah, they are ruining everything, as you can see. But cool thing is we have a huge airbrush. Click here, and we'll start erasing. And here I'm working based on the whole texture. Again, I'm not working just on one. I'm thinking about the whole texture, like as a tileability. And that is also quite helpful. I want to get this prominent feeling away as much as possible, so it doesn't look too tileable. Or sorry, that doesn't look tileable, basically. Or no, it doesn't look too like at prominent tiles. I am lacking the vocabulary here, basically. Okay. Do we have bigger points now, or did I delete everything? Okay. They're not that bigger, so let's go back in again. I think it was like a sponge tool, and make something as huge as this one, and look at it from far. Let's see if this will work. We're gonna add a couple of them. Then go back to our airbrush and click E. Sorry, E again. And just start erasing them. This is on another layer, by the way. I'm not baking everything into one thing. See, without width. So we're focusing on this area now. I probably deleted a bit too much. Let's see. So I'm just following Bjorn tutorial, basically with in mind that we need to think of the bigger ones a little bit more, meaning so that like post-processing wouldn't delete all of them. All right, let's check if this is a good addition here. We definitely added bigger ones, and now we're gonna go manually a little bit. Maybe add some more. Oof. Okay, opacity go down a little bit here. Chill, bro. That's a bit too much. Is there a better one? It's a bit too much. It's also too rough. This is also too rough. All right, this might be the one. Let's see. I don't know what to describe it. Meh. Let's see. All right, let's go maybe into these a little bit. Okay. So basically, I'm just checking here. This is what happens when you go into a new software that you don't know about. But it is part of experimenting. I think we owe it to our own craft not to be stolen from us, to learn a new software, to get a bit uncomfortable here. That is fine, as long as we could, you know, get the results back. Should I be satisfied by this? Oh, here's another trick. Control G, Control J. All right, so Shift W again. And let's go into the eraser, the airbrush. E, because it switches between, because eraser in Krita is a mode, basically like blending mode. And this is a bit confusing. Let's get a bit bigger here. And see what's been added. And merge these two. All right, then let's go clean up a little bit. Especially here, this one. Let's go a bit smaller. All right, let's see how that looks like. It's a bit different. So let's see what the next steps are.
Sure. And then, yeah, last thing, pretty similar. You would just take this again. I would duplicate those 2 layers because this time we actually want something which has like a lot of like detail in the middle. We go in here, put it in the middle, put it like to 100%, and then we can just kind of even add like multiple more brush strokes onto it, because at this point what we want is we don't really care a lot more about like the shape and everything. We just care about like something which is actually visible, right? So if we go back to our brushes and we select our brush particles, let's find something which is actually quite dense, which this one isn't. Also not. First one. Yeah, that's good. So, yeah, do a layer on top and just draw a bunch of those in. Something like this. Can be really messy, honestly, because we immediately gonna erase most of the stuff again here in the middle. We just want to have like a dedicated spot in the middle, which is brighter. We're also gonna like blur this immediately, because like you've seen in the final image, this here is more of a very small texture, which you always need to kind of make sure. So use, by the way, it's Control minus and Control plus in Photoshop if you're not used to it, where you can zoom in and out. And therefore, you need to be able to see something if you're on this kind of scale. So you can actually adjust a lot of those layers, which are down here, to just kind of make sure that you can still get something. This doesn't need to really look or feel like dust. It just kind of needs to have an interesting shape with some like little dots and details in there, which kind of indicate that there's like more to it, which usually modes are when they break light. So yeah,
that sounded like Mozart.
That's basically it on how to do all those 3 different things in Photoshop, and we're gonna jump to Designer right away to kind of see how to approach it in there.
Cool. Okay. Just gonna go a little bit back here and just check the types of textures we're asked to create. Sorry to play the video and talk at the same time. One that is tileable, basically fully,
to create like a mode splatter texture. And what you can see in here already is like a tileable splatter texture for it. So this is going to...
I think that part was not so clear in this tutorial, but I was also not so paying like the best attention to it.
Be the first thing which we're gonna create. From there on, we will jump into a smaller one, which is done for like the individual sprites.
Okay, so one tileable, that's the one we have right now, right? No, not Material Maker. We're gonna go to Krita. Okay, so let's go to the one before that one, or you know what? That's probably fine. We're gonna have 2 variants. Okay, let's do 2 variants. So we will do this. Control G for grouping. This will be tileable with huge details. Right, so this is first. And then we're going to do Control D or Control C, Control V to copy the group again. Take the big parts out. We're going to call that one tileable with small details. All non-blurred, right? So we're going to just add the blurred. If we ever go that far, we're just going to add it later. Control D on that one. Oh, sorry, Control C, Control V on that one. And now we're going to create the next one, which is
this one.
Cut by the edges a little bit. Okay, so let's go here. And let's create a black. Yes. So we're going to start cutting off the edges. And we're going to do it a bit similar to how he has it here and add a bit more smaller details like he has it as well. Like this, a bit of cutting, cut. Just go over it very vaguely. All right, we're getting a bit we're gonna take out the smaller detail. Hey, Skeet. Hey, Sunwave again. Nice to have you here. Yeah, let's take that out. It's getting similar to this one. What I will do now is copy paste that one and do exactly like Bjorn did with the Control T, scale it down like this, and Control J, again Control T. You know, move it around, flip it horizontally. This all helps to add more details. Control G again to have more of it, and Control G, and let's do Control T and scale it down, put it here, somewhere here. Here we go. And that should be pretty good, I would say. Yeah, let's merge all of them together. Here we go. That's all. Oh. Oh yeah. That's the deleter basically. All right. So yeah, that we're gonna keep that one. This is pretty cool too. I'm gonna lower it down a little bit. And here, yeah, that's the cutter, the box cutter. So what I will call this one is I will call it tellable within a box. Within a box. All right.
We'll basically build upon this one where we take this just a tiny bit and then basically mask out the edges. And then in the end, we just go in, scale it smaller, adjust a couple more things, create it more of like a focus point in the middle, and just scale it back.
Okay, so let's get that one going too. We're gonna Control C, Control V, and we're gonna do Control C, Control V, right? So 1, 2. All right, that didn't copy once again. All right, so and now it's gonna be small point. All right, but what we'll do is a lot of blurring here. So I will just merge all of this stuff here. All right, and let's do a filter, I think. Yeah, filter blur in Krita, and in Photoshop it's just Gaussian blur in that sense. Well, that was fast. Blur, Gaussian blur again. I think it's quite blurry. Let's take elements from beneath and get them in again. I forgot that part. Oh, you know what? Actually, let's add more details manually. And let's get the brush that we worked with before. Let's get it to white. Sorry, let's get it to white here. Yeah. And opacity will go way down. Yeah. And now we'll just paint a bunch of details like he did. Right here in the middle and make it look very detailed, and then we'll cut a bunch of it off basically, and we'll make bigger details too. Boom. Oh, sorry, a bit more opacity. Boom, 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 boom. All right, and yeah, let's do more of those here too. Here. All right, let's see, we're gonna take a look at that later. All right, so these two together, I'm wondering why the blur has no option. Let's see, blur. Here we go. If you just choose blur, it will blur it. All right. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna duplicate these, sorry, and Control E them, meaning merge, and then we will blur this. MF, here we go. Filter, blur, blur, boom. Yeah, it's pretty much the same kinda, but the other one it has way more details. Yeah, let's see how it looks like.
Jump into approach a lot of this. You can use little small particles, edges.
Okay, let's compare it. Okay, it's a bit too blurry. What we'll do is bring it up back again. So, and let's see. Let's do it again, actually. Yeah. So I didn't see those huge details there. So what we'll do is, let me check. Yeah. We'll add those small details as such. Like super small, right? Even smaller, maybe. Just paint that stuff over. Get it in there. And we will basically delete most of it. But just fill it up with details here. Let's try that. And now what we'll do is delete, erase them basically. erase some of them, especially the edges here, and make it less prominent. And we're gonna go inside a little bit here. All right, great stuff. Control J again, Control E, and hide them. And all right, now we're gonna blur this. So we're gonna go filter, blur, and blur, and blur, 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 blur. Yeah. All right, we're gonna try this. Let's see if it works. What we can do also is take this down in opacity. And now we have a mixture of different blurs. Yeah, that's a problem. What we'll do is also go to filter, blur, and blur again, and okay that. Perfect. And now we can, yeah, we can have both of them. What is that? What is happening here? We got a weird line. We're not going to touch it for now. Should be fine. So yeah, we got the small point all together. What happened now? Oh. What is... Oh, the blur... What? Wait, what? Okay, we're going to control Z until it's normal. Okay, so what happened now? Okay, it is back to normal now. Control G, Control E, delete, filter, blur. Let me get the fan going. And yeah, that should be fine. Next one, this one. Again, filter, blur, blur. Get it done. Here we go. I'm gonna make the opacity a bit less here. That'll be the lower resolution one. We will save that. We will now save as PNGs, basically. Let's go with the JPEG, actually. Has less space. JPEG, JPEG, JPEG. Where are you? PNG. Blah, blah, blah. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. This will be small point. Okay. Boom. Done. And now the cool thing about Krita is you only need to press Ctrl-Alt-S, and it will save it as another one. Ctrl-Alt-S, it will save it as another one. I will save this one too. Why not? Okay, perfect. Let's go to the next chapter. We'll click complete and continue. Guys, we did 10%. Hell yeah. In one day, 10%? When we do 10% every day? That would be cool. So, like, we'll be done in 10 days. Damn, 10 streams, we're done with this. Hey, thanks for your help. Helpful content. Thank you so much, Skeet. I appreciate you. Leave a follow if you have liked it so far. All right, so let's go. And if I earned it, of course.
Everything kind of changes on how we approach stuff. I'm gonna go over a couple basic things in Designer, but overall it's gonna be quite much more a thing of like, how do we get those results in? So for people who are already used to Designer, there's not gonna be like much more to it. For people who've never opened it, that's Designer, a node-based texture creation program which got quite popular over the last couple of years. And it comes with a bunch of nice pre-made nodes, which make just our life a bit easier when we try to create that. So we want to recreate the same stuff we now did in Photoshop. And the easiest way for us is with using pre-made noise nodes. One of them is the clouds nodes, which is quite often used in a lot of cases. And we're also going to use those in a bunch of other modules. And from there on, this is a noise generator, which has like two.
So cloud noise, let's see if it exists. Let's go cloud noise, composite cloud noise. And it looks quite similar. Yes, keep going.
Adjustable parameters. First of all is the scale. And this is literally...
All right, scale, boom. All right, we don't need this. Let's go with the... Oh, delete the wrong one. We don't need this. Ooh, you can even have a whole deep dive with how it's created. Okay, cool. I guess Material Maker. Can I go back, please? Maybe I should exit. No. Okay. Okay, how to do this? Just double clicked on it. Oh, and now we're ruining the layout. Tools. make selected nodes at environment editor view. Current view, reset zoom, show or hide panels. Panels, everything please. I closed the wrong ones. Layers, view, parameters, and view, and preview 2D, all the stuff. Let's go to hierarchy, maybe put that here. Histogram, that was there. I believe it was here, right? Yeah, inside of this. What else is there? Parameters, we could leave that maybe at the bottom. Layers are important. Let's leave that inside. Switch to it actually. Preview 2D. That one is very important. Did I leave it here now? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's keep it here for now. And how the heck do I exit this here? All right, perfect. We're learning. Hey. All right, scale does what exactly? So if I click on this, all right, because it's not outputted yet. All right, so histogram preview 2D. That's the one that we need. Let's keep it to layers here. All right, so scale is it taking it into consideration here? What the scale is or not? Hello, Sprava. How's it going, buddy? 7. Let's see. Oh yeah, it is. It just takes a little bit of time, but it is actually doing it. That's perfect. All right. So we're working out of cloud noise, says Bjorn. Let's keep going.
Like the tiling, you can kind of think of it like that. And then the disorder, which just changes a couple of noise parameters, and therefore you can read just
you have disorder.
Results. And this one we want to use for actually masking out something. And what do we want to mask out? In Designer, there's like...
Actually, you know what? I'm really interested now if we have disorder. So, math, brightness, contrast, math, Tyler. Shape, polygon, 16. What happens? Let's see. I'm not sure if it changed anything. 4, 1. All right, it's changing too fast. I'm not even quite getting it. Anyway, we don't have the same features, I guess. I just woke up like an hour ago. Cool, man. No worries. I know you sleep very late. Hope you're having a good time. And we are getting very deep into real-time VFX very quickly. Right now, I'm trying to create a substance to substance designer. Actually, I need a lot of water, and I'll be right back, guys. See you in a bit. We are back. Yeah, sorry about the fan. Wait. All right. Let me take my meds. Okay. Let me put the overlays, the proper ones. I just realized I wasn't recording actually. That's pretty. Oh, look at that. Okay. We're just gonna have to do a very quick review of what we've been working on. But first, meds first. Alright. Man, I kind of want to figure out the music thing with the Twitch and the YouTube and stuff like that. Makes it a bit more complicated, but it would be cool to just have something running. Okay, so let's go. Not that type of bill. I'm sorry, but it's not that type of bill. Okay. We did not record. I don't know from when. All right, guys. I just noticed that the recording was stopped for a while. Not a big deal. So basically, before you get too intimidated here, let's go back to Krita. I think that was the last thing that we did. Yeah, so we created 4 types of textures. This one, completely tileable, right? This one, that is a bit without the big details, basically, here. This one and this one. And then we have this one here that is cut off, basically, like this, right? And another one that is very blurred and cut off like this. Boom, right? Cool. And we exported all of them. Then now we are watching the next chapter here, where we are going to probably do the same effects, but in Substance Designer. But since I put the big middle finger to Substance and Adobe, I will use Material Maker. Cool. All right. So clouds. We have clouds here. Bjorn is using clouds noise, basically cloud noise. Or cloud-based noise, and we have that here. Wow, I have to pay 300,000 euros just for this, you know. Okay, let's not make this stream about fuck Adobe. All right, let's keep going.
A really good dirt mask, and if you
all right, I think this one is not available here. What? It is? Okay, a dirt 3. Cool. All right. Scale 0. Can we do 0 values or? All right. Yeah, it's good. Cool. Skip it to 1024. What is it? It's not that bad if you buy. Yeah, but Adobe is bad. So that's all what I'm saying.
see this, you can already see what I'm trying to get out of this, right? This is super close what we want. This is basically what we already created in Photoshop, and we're just gonna recreate it now here in Designer,
Let's
but
see what
in
it
a
does.
bit of a different manner. So we have the Dirt 2, and there's also the Dirt 1, which is quite similar, but just a lot more stuff, right? So it's just this one has only a couple of dots, and this overall just gives you a way better. It gives you a fuller image, right? So when we have all 3 of those, we want to somehow blend them together. And like, by the way, if you press middle mouse button, you're gonna open up the window or the nodes, and then you can just search for something. So this is the blend node, which in Photoshop would be.
I don't think we have a blend mode. Let's see, blend. We do. Yeah, that's not a blend. Okay, let's try math. Filter math. Maybe. Okay, let's do one more thing. Copy paste that one. What's a clouds 2? What's a clouds 3? Okay, what if the scale was 1? And I just want this. Oh, wait. Wait. All right, multiply? Yeah. All right, so this is A plus B. How about A multiplied by B? Let's see. Noise, I guess. What about this? Oh, wait. What did this go? Okay, wait. No. All right. So let's do it again. In the B, it goes. Oh, look at that! We got like a similar effect to the dirt noise from Substance Designer. Who would have thought? Cool. Yeah, that is quite nice indeed. Do we have a power, maybe? Power? No. Okay, but we have math, which is cool because we could do the power. Yeah, power. And then if I put this here, wait, if I put this here, and I make it power 2, come on, dude. Yeah? We're getting like a super contrasted one. Boom, in here. Then we have, oh my god, yeah, now we're talking 1.5. 1. We can't do, okay, we can only do like straight numbers basically. Or can we do this actually? Yeah, we can. That's cool. Great. Great success, my friend. It's pretty good. Yeah. Let's zoom in a little bit. It's losing a little bit of its value. I wonder if we have contrast. Do we have contrast? Contrast. We do. Cool. Let's boom that in here. Take the contrast up or lower. Oh, interesting. Okay, but the brightness I could also manipulate. I mean, look at that, right? There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Cool. That is freaking awesome, dude. Nice. Can I make this tileable? How to see the tileability of this? Center view. View. All right, let's go to the view maybe here and do clamp repeat. Here we go. We got it. We got it working, everybody. A new software. I don't have any experience with it, but it works kind of like the material maker or Unreal Material thingy. So that is helpful. All right, let's keep going.
Layer mask or layer blend modes, depending on kind of how you want to see it. So we want to somehow mix those two up. Here we have the dirt 2 and the dirt 1. And if I just plug it in, the first one is going to be the foreground. The second one is the background. The foreground one is the one which you're going to adjust here with the opacity. So that is the layer which is on top in Photoshop. And if you therefore adjust the opacity, you adjust the opacity of this thing. If you do it like this, you can already see like we adjust this opacity and therefore blend in like the dirt 1, which is on the lower layer on the background in Designer. But we can also use a mask for driving this. So if we put it back 1 to 1, we just get the upper layer, so dirt 2. If we then plug the clouds 2 node into the opacity, we will immediately kind of fill it based on what kind of value we have. Like if it's white, then we get like the dirt 2, so the upper layer. If it's black, then we get dirt 1, so the lower layer. And we kind of want to use it like this because like this one does have like a lot of white values in it. And so if you can see this,
So that kind of works like a lerp function, right? So I wonder if we have a lerp here. Okay. What is a lerp in terms of mathematics? What is a lerp in terms of mathematics? It's 1 plus 1, right? A plus B. And it is going like through a clamp thing? Or a clamp result is just putting it 1 to, I think so, like 0 to 1. So it's not exceeding beyond the value. Let me think of a way to achieve that. Math. Okay, cool. Is there a lerp? Log power, absolute, round floor, seal, something, trunk, frac, min, max. Is it the min and the max? Is that the one? Let's keep going. What else do we have? We have A, B, cosine, sine, tan, Smooth step, ping pong, sine, modify, tan, asn, isos, whatever, sine, cosine again, tan, exp, snap, and degree and log. Is there more? Log is the last one. Okay. So, ChatGPT. So, I want please to let me know how to achieve a lerp function, like a blend node with a third input that functions like a lerp in Unreal material. All right, let's see what ChatGPT can come up with. Search the web, my friend. All right, let's see if it's doable. Searching the web, it says. Good. In the meantime, material makeup, background, bottom layer, top layer, mask opacity, grayscale input. Okay. Blend mode. How to set it up. Like Unreal Lerp. Add a blend node from the filter or 3D texture node. There is no blend though. Oh, there is a blend. Okay. Oh, here it is. I think that's the one. All right, let's check it out, guys. Control C, and we're gonna put dirt 3, or yeah, dirt 3 is pretty cool. Let's take these two, copy them, and paste them here. Take that out. All right, let's get that into the blend thingy with the clouds stuff. All right, so I'm just gonna try it. Opacity goes here, right? Or does it not go? What is... Oh, interesting. You can add your own. Connect your first texture into background layer. Connect your second texture into your top layer. Connect the grayscale masked or desired noise alpha texture into the opacity input. So, do we need to convert those? Convert. And now we get this one. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Let's try again, layering multiple textures. Add more input plus mask. Each has material maker's blend node is variadic, meaning you can stack more layers. Is it though? All right, let's check blend again. What is filter blend? That's a new one. All right, let's get that in here. That fits now. All right, so this one here. Does it fit? It does. This one here. Does it fit? It does. Oh, look, it's doing it. Okay. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We will pick the math from above. Here, copy, and oh, so here's what we're gonna do. These two, gonna copy them and paste them here. Then we'll pick up the first noise and put it in there. Then the result of that is gonna go in there. Okay, that's for dirt 2. Okay, this cloud is gonna stay here, and what we'll do is again the same thingy. We'll copy these two and put them here. Dirt and clouds, just to make... What am I doing is this. So, wait, this goes... Yeah, sorry, I'm doing this to the dirt texture. This here. And we'll do the same thing now to it here. There we go. So this is doing like a bit of contrast on the cloud to make it more clear. And yeah, we're doing this thing here, and let's get it inside of layer 1. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, you will go here. Exactly. And now we're getting a result like this. Yeah. Okay. So what we will, yeah. Let's zoom in a little bit just to see what's happening here. It's choosing between the two dirt textures, kind of a little bit like what Björn showed. Maybe it's not as good. Maybe. Why is it not typing? Type, my friend. Can you type, please? Okay. Okay, let's do it a bit brighter here. And then the result will look like this. And then it's going to go through a contrast layer here to make it look more visible. This is what we have so far. Okay, let's see the result he got.
And we don't want to have like that much noise in it, right? So like the dirt one, so much going on.
Yeah.
And it's really nice for filling in certain spots, but we don't want to just have a completely cluttered, noisy texture. So we want to have like the dirt 2
linear interpolate. Maybe, let's see. There's a sample gradient. That's the only thing that I can find. Oh, maybe you meant something else. Let's see. I just wanted to see here the result, and back here, he's getting less noise. So we need to figure that out. Let's see if we put more power. Same here. And then with the contrast and the brightness, we get more oh yeah, that's the one. We get more contrast and it should solve it. Yeah, we got it. Cool. Next.
For most places, therefore having this texture to just kind of blend in the dirt 2 on all the white spots, and the black spots will have like small holes where dirt 1, so a bit more noisiness, will be filled in. And then if we blend those together, this is the result we're getting.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically this would be a really good start. And this already gives us a tileable texture, because one thing which comes in Designer kind of by default, except you change a couple of things, is it is perfectly tileable. See? So I can use a transform node and then I can kind of move it. That's similar to the offset in Photoshop. And you can see there it just looks perfectly tiled. And if you press spacebar, you can also just tile it and see it, how it would look like. So this means we basically immediately have like our desired result. And from here, we could change the...
Double click on node will show it in the preview. Only clicking once lets you adjust settings of the selected nodes without overriding the preview. Okay.
This order, this scaling, and just a couple of other little factors in here to just create something which we think looks good and is not too noisy. From there on, what we can use is like a blur HQ grayscale, put the quality to 1, and then the intensity, just do something quite subtle. So maybe 1.
All right, let's see. Let's check if we have blur here. I'm not sure, honestly. Blur. Filter blur. Okay, girl, nice. Let's put that here. Let's check it out. Boy, it did a lot of blurring here. All right, so we're gonna go with the 1. Why do I not have the ability to edit? Okay, now I do. Numpad was num. Okay, that's not bad. We got the blur going.
Nice.
But this is less contrast than what we have, so we're gonna lower the contrast a little bit here. I'm gonna go with we're gonna go with 1.5. So 0.15. Let's say 0.15. Okay. Is this similar to his? All right. No. Too much blur. Let's go with 1.5 here. Boom. And let's keep it to 1040. 1024. Sorry. Is everything clear here so far? 2024, 2024, and we're gonna just delete these. Boom, gone. And we're gonna put them here. All right, let's check it back again here.
And there you can see we basically immediately have what we have like in Unreal right now already with the final texture. And yeah, how would we go about like doing the other two? The one which is not tileable, we just go into transform and just kind of move it a bit around, you know.
Do we
like
have transform in Material Maker? Transform. Boom. Okay, cool. Here we go. Oh wait, input 1, yes. All right, click here. And transform, right? Ooh, you could spin. Ooh, you could scale. Okay. Ooh, you could ruin it altogether. Probably not the best way to do this. Scale, yeah. All right, it's clamping. Repeat, and now we will probably be able. Ooh, look at this. Okay, not this maybe, but oh shit! But now we're getting the stuff here. Not a big deal. We're just gonna put this in the middle, and then we will put an oval shape, simple SDF shape, circle. Ooh, that's a bit not what I. Ooh, this is so cool. I could stare at this for hours. It's so satisfying. Cool, man. Material Maker is great. Okay, that's not what we want, but we're probably gonna need like a mask, and we'll see how that's done.
Before, just get a nice spot like this, and then we just wanna get a shape. Or how you write shape? That's how you write shape, and we go into paraboloid. So basically circular fall off, and then we blend those. So what we want to do is we use the shape we generated as a mask. So we could have also put it into opacity, but the way you usually do it, you take those two and you would change it to multiply.
Okay. Let's do this. So we need a shape. Shape. Do we have any shapes here? Actually, we do. Look at that. We need a circle. What are the options here? So what does this do? What does this do? What does this do? What does this? Ooh, that's pretty nice. Ooh, hell yeah. Okay. And all the flair what we need to do is multiply that thing. So mathematics, multiply mathematics. Boom, boom. Nope. Just make sure it's in. Yes, and boom. Hey, we got the other texture. That's pretty cool. Cool. Let's go to next.
And therefore, you now have like something which is masked out around the edges. And this looks already decent, I would say. But we want to have something which does not look that ball-shaped, right? So we might get quite close to the camera or to the sprite in this example. And therefore, it just looks kind of weird, like this almost planet-shaped thing.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go in here. Let's use a warp.
Do we have a warp? Warp. Looks like it. Let's see. Intensity is doing nothing. Quality is doing nothing. Blur is doing nothing. Max is doing nothing. So what am I doing with this warp? All right, so let's say, we need a noise texture, I think. All right, so I think we do. I think honestly we do, yeah. Clouds. All right, let's get dim clouds in here. Let's see what happens. Oh, damn. Cool. All right, I can deal with that. Yeah, now it's working. All right. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Okay, what if it was on max? All right, we need something in the middle. We need a minimum, maybe. Blur. Max. Okay, let's see how he does.
And what a warp does, it just kind of...
Hey. Okay. Hey, DJ Kiki, how's it going today?
Whatever you put in here, it's going to distort this shape based on this. So if we take, let's use another clouds because we already know it at this point, right? So just put it in here.
Oh, that's
and
doing a way better
this
job.
is the result we have. So this won't really work nicely. So we need to first scale it a bit smaller.
Okay. We're kinda getting there. Kinda. Alright, so let's see what we're missing exactly here. Scale 22, 10, 24. Let's go back to the middle. Oh, that's what we're missing. Got it. Quality. Less quality means more noise. More quality means more quality. All right, what am I missing here as well? Scale, let's get it up to 3. 1. Okay, what else? Okay, max, minimum. What does that mean? Is he getting those results? He's getting better results. Blur. Blur is probably the better result here. Good. Let's go back to 2. 2 is taking it away again. All right, so here's what we're gonna do 2 here. We're gonna lower the, what is this? Sides count. What is side? Oh. No. Okay, so this is maybe for the hexagon stuff. All right, so we're gonna lower this a little more, like this. How does this look? Oh yeah. Now we're getting a nice warp. All right, let's keep going.
And then in here we can go in and like just adjust it.
Damn.
So this might be a bit weird to look at. So we might use something different. So this has a bit too much detail. So if we go in here and say we use a Perlin noise, and a Perlin noise can get quite small without having any issue. So let's use this.
Okay.
And now we have this here. And this looks a lot more natural to it. And then if we also blur this a bit more, then we're going to have like a result which you can use quite nicely in here as the final blend. And
okay, let's check the Perlin noise, honestly. Perlin. I guess we don't have that, but let's see what we have instead. Looks very interesting here. 2, and in the Y we can control both. Folds. Oh my god, that's pretty cool. Iteration. Oh, alright, cool. Resistance. Okay. Offset. Oh, you can do cool stuff here. Let's do 3 by 3. Hook that up instead of the intensity here. That's pretty cool. And let's lower the actual quality can stay up. Oh my god, now it's making more sense to me. Yeah, that makes sense. Offset. Alright, let's blur this then. Blur. And keep it to 1024 and... Oh wait, we have to click here. Alright, let's make this a little bigger. Okay, this is not changing here, maybe? Yeah. Okay, and now let's put this instead of the other one, which is this one. And now we're getting... Oh, excuse me. Here. Yeah, so that's the more natural one. Let's try to F around with it a little bit. So one way we could do this, make this a bit more interesting, is by getting more texture, I guess. 8 with the Perlin. What are we getting here? We're getting a result like that. With the Gaussian, it's getting to be like this. The blur, sorry, 100. Okay. Direction, 32-bit. What else can we mess up with here? Oh, one direction only. Okay, that's pretty cool too. Let's see what else we can do with the noise. So I think this is too much. Let's go back to 4. Let's do the oh shit, this is pretty cool. Iteration. Resistance. I think this is fair. I just want like a very detailed one, but very small. Okay, it's fine. And it's still very circly a little bit. All right, so what happens if the cloud makes it into the intensity again? Let's see how that looks like. Did you cut your beard? What? Why does that matter, dude? Okay, so let's see both direction. And let's see here. What does that mean? What does that mean? Here we go. Cloud scale. Does that change anything? It's still quite circly. Maybe we do go with this then. It's better. It gave us a better result. Yeah. Let's do 20 here. Let's see it at the end. It's still very... Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Shape, circle. It's not changing much, I guess. Yeah. Lower the quality a little bit. Uh-huh. Now we're getting there a little bit. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's less circle-like. We're gonna go to the shape. Up a little bit and... Yeah, more light maybe. Okay, that's taking it the other direction that I don't want it to go to, but that's good. It's important to understand sometimes what we don't want to achieve. That's pretty cool. Okay, but it's too much. Here we go. Okay, that's fine. Oh my god. The allergies are killing me. Alright, we're gonna continue with the video. We're just gonna save this a little bit here. User downloads. Let's go back. Alright, I'm just gonna take my files a little bit away from the view here. Alright, let's go documents. Add Mad VFX. Here we go. We're just gonna put these here. Right? Or did I make another folder that I forgot about? Yeah, the exports actually. All right, I'm gonna put in the exports folder. We're gonna call it Material Maker Motes. I keep forgetting how to write this. All right, MOTES. Perfect. Let's keep going.
If you now start playing around here a bit with the pattern noise, just adjust the scaling, and actually this is kind of good. You will have something which looks way less like a ball and a bit more natural. So yeah, that is how to create the single sprite texture. And the last one is gonna be pretty similar again. So we would take those things, and since it would be smaller, and there's also a little tip for you guys in here. So if we take a levels node, for example, so we have this, and you can always see like the texture resolution on the bottom. Right now we use 1K. In the final game version we would use 512 because that's more than enough. But we know that this one is going to be quite small. So we want to see what it would actually look like. In Photoshop for that, we zoomed out, which you can do here as well. But there's actually a better way. So you can go in here and just like adjust here. If you click on the node, double click it, you have the output size. And that will basically tell it how big is the final texture. And this here, the input is a 2 times step down from the parent texture. So if we say -4, then it's 1/16 of that texture, which translates to 64. And therefore we also only see the actual texture which we're going to get out of here. And we want to adjust a couple of things here. So when you go in here and we take the levels, literal same behavior as like in Photoshop, but we want to make sure that just like it pops a bit more. And therefore we want to kind of strengthen it a bit. This could work. Try to keep still a bit of a gradient in there just to kind of make it an interesting visual to look at, even though it's tiny, right? But like it still interacts nicely if it does have like a tiny detail, and therefore we use the right side here, which is a bit brighter, and then kind of something which is almost in shadow, you could say. Yeah, and that's actually it. We have the first texture, which is tileable. We do have a second texture, which is the single one, and then we have the actual single tiny one, which is the individual modes in the air, all done in this small little gradient. Therefore, you can see Designer can be a really nice tool. It is not really better in any way than Photoshop. It can be a big help for some things, but overall, you just kind of need to say what you personally either have access to, because that's what it comes down a lot of time to, or just what you prefer. It's different systems.
Okay, Bjorn. I think we do have access to a lot of those tools. Like I think I demonstrated today with the Material Maker that it is doable to work with like just a Material Maker like this and get similar results. It's really not about what you have access to anymore. It's, I think, more about if you are able to go beyond what is just being shown or beyond the norm and learn a new skill or a new program in that sense. Like Krita, I was able to do the same thing. Material Maker, I was able to make the same thing, right? Or similar, and not maybe not the same in the quality, but similar, very similar. And I think with practice and a lot of work, you could actually get it to the level of like Substance Designer. But I don't know. What do you think, guys? I will leave it to you. Let's just do the same thing here and here. I think he did both of them. Yeah. And yeah, that's the levels basically. And let's go back to the video.
It's a bit more, I wouldn't say artsy, but just overall a more traditional way of approaching texture drawing.
Okay, so this gradient is still on the maximum, basically. And the only thing I'm not super happy with is the actual noise that is cutting it off. So we're talking about this node tree here with the contrast. So let's see what we can do. I'm sure we can do better, yeah. Here we go. We're getting better results already. Cool, 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 cool. Now the question is, how do we export? Export. Cool. Let's change it to 64 by 64. We're gonna call this mm point modes. Okay, and now we're gonna export it as a PNG, let's say. Choose a file, again the same file like before. Exports and save current file. Did it save it? Let's see. We're gonna jig it out. Hello, the Conqueror, or the Conqueror. Yeah, the Conqueror. How's it going, man? Exports, bam, and we got it. Let's see. Not yet. So what am I missing here? Image to, okay, export image. Export it, cool. Yay, we got it, I think. Yep, here it is. Let's double click on it. And here it is. Okay, it's too dark, so we'll probably need to do it like Bjorn did here. Make it a little brighter, right? Like he did it in the video that we saw. And yeah, make it a bit more like this maybe. All right, now we're gonna export it again. Let's see if we could make it just replace itself. All right, let's see. Is it gonna do it? Does it replace itself? Is it doing a good job? Come on, dude. Here we are. And refresh. Yes, it did. And we have it here. And that's not bad. Okay. That means we could export the other one that we created that was basically left here. I would like to play with the levels again. So let's do that here. Bam. All right, it's a bit too much. It's too much indeed. Okay, just a little bit like this, a bit of magic. You know what? Actually, let's put it in the transform, and I think I will be happy with something like this. A bit more to the top, a bit more, maybe. Oh, nope, not this one. Come on. Okay, whatever. We're going to export. Actually, this one. We're going to export. Yeah, here we go. Export, and it's going to be called. Let's see. Let's see. Where did I change the name again? Hey. MM. Let's go with modes. Tileable. Tileable. Okay. And let's put this to 1024 actually. Image. All right, let's check that out. Tileable. Bam. We're good. I picked the wrong thing here for these. I put HEIC. That's not the one that we need from Krita. Krita, are you drunk, dude? What's up with you, man? Okay. First, let me do the filter mask, and let's go to levels. Adjust. Level. All right, here we can do the same trick. Here we go. And yeah, something like this. So now we have one that is hand stuff. Okay, filter mask and levels. Nope. Yep. And again, here we go. Let's do it like this. Okay, cool. We got that. Shift Control S, and please JPEG, don't do the other stuff. All right, we got that, and disable this. Hide the group, enable this group, get the filter on this thingy. Where was it? Here. And then you go to, come on Jack, filter mask and levels, and now you play with it a little bit. Yay, cool. I did the same mistake, dude. Damn. Okay, again, Jack, keep doing the same mistake and learn from it. Okay, here we go. Yes. Okay. And Control Alt S this time, which will save it as a JPEG in the same file. Same thing here. Let's add a filter mask. Let's add a. Where is it? Not the Dutch. Come on, dude. Levels. Here we go. Here we go. It's a bit too much. Okay, that should be fine. Control Alt S. Save. Here. Hide. Boom. Here. And add. Mask. Levels. Boom. Not too much. Go back. Check the Shift W. Woo. That's pretty good. Excuse me. Control Alt S, and now back to the files. That should show us the actual files that we saved. So these, what the heck? So these are from Krita, as you can see. So we're just gonna make a new file, Krita. We'll make a new file, material maker. Cool. These are going in Krita. These are going in material maker. Boom. here we go. This is the material maker stuff. And yes, it's small. And this is also the material maker stuff. It's blurry like we did. I didn't blur the Krita stuff because I didn't want to blur the Krita stuff. Cool. Yep. Closey. Perfect. Save the actual Krita file. And let's just make sure that we are actually saving the actual Krita file, because Krita can be a little bit Krita-ish. Krita. Boom. Yes, please save it. Cool. Thank you. Yeah. So far so good. Let's complete this chapter.
And this one here is a bit more programmery for a lot of people, but both things can be super useful to learn and just play around with it, see what you like more. You can, like you see, get basically the same result out of both. It just depends on how well you know the program and how much time you spend into it. And yeah, from there on, we're gonna take the individual textures, this one, which we're gonna save, and we're gonna go here into our starting folder, environment textures, and we're gonna export it as a PNG, which is somewhere. Ah, there. Oh, sorry, I was blind. And we're gonna call it fx underscore dust modes. And now you can either go with something which like tells you quite easily what it is. So we could say tileable, or you go with something like 01, 02, 03, which I usually do, but that will depend a lot on your texture convention naming in either company. But I prefer, for doing it by yourself, to just call it something which you will recognize. So tileable, then we go in here, do the same, rename it from tileable to single, or cluster. It's actually a better name for it. And then we're gonna call the last one the single. Yeah, that's it. That's the first textures we're gonna create for the course. And now let's see how we're actually gonna use that in the class.
Yay! All right, the next one, and I think I'm done for today. Gotta fix some stuff with the stream related to the stream,
and now
such
we're
as the chat.
in Unreal, and we're actually gonna do the particle system. But before that, we will go over the material creation, because whenever you do a particle, you need a shader, which is kind of showing off the texture you just created. So we created this modes folder in here, and we're gonna do a second one in here, which we're gonna call materials. And if you go in here, we right mouse button, material, and then we're gonna call it empty underscore modes 01. And this will now be our material. By default, there's a couple of settings here, and those...
Let's just create the material here and get these things up and running. Environment effects, VFX, vapor, fire, or sorry, environment effect. What do we have here? We have the level, we have the VFX, we have fire texture. Cool. We have texture fire, fire texture. Texture vapor. This is okay. Cool. So we have textures here. Let's create a new folder. Shift Control N, and let's call this one modes. All right. Now I had caps lock open, so that's my naming convention. Caps on. All right. Rename. Damn it. Where's the rename? Rename. Okay, I have no idea how to do this. Wurscht in Austrian. Okay, we're just gonna go to here, and yeah, just gonna import everything. These are material maker stuff, and these are our Krita stuff. All right, so these are not blurred, these are blurred, and we got them going. Okay, so I'm just, damn it, what's with my F2? Hello. Maybe because the caps are on. Or is it because something with the FN is not going well? Yeah, it is the case. Oh my god, man. These keyboards, I swear to god. Okay. Modes. Perfect. No. Okay, you don't want it. Modes. This. Yep. And now modes. Yep. Cool. MMM, and I'll just put here. I'm just putting the name of the program This is not a professional advice. You're probably gonna go with like something like TX for texture, and then we're gonna go with point. I guess I just called it point. I don't know why, but or it's called spot. Spot, perfect. This will be TX for texture, K for Krita, and we're gonna call this one spot big, I guess, something like that. Let's just try it. Doesn't matter. We're gonna call this one tileable. So TXK, and then we're gonna go with tileable small s for small details. This is a terrible naming convention. People will just not hire me because of that, I think. Big, I guess, large, whatever. B for big, exactly, Jack. At least go with a better one. Damn it. For real. All right, so we got them. This will also have TL. Okay. This will also have TX at the beginning of the name, and you too, my friend. All right, so let's see. Pretty good so far. We got the materials in, the textures in, and then let's go back to the course.
Kind of correlate to the default way of creating materials in a modern game engine, which is the PBR workflow. We won't go into a lot of detail over this because it doesn't really make a lot of sense for us right now. So the important part for us here is that we will need to get just a couple of different things in. So we don't need all of those things here, but what we need is a way of making the mesh or the sprite we're now going to use semi-transparent. So we're going to go into the blend mode. We change it from opaque to translucent. And there you go. Now we have something which we can control the opacity with. So if I press like 1, this is going to place down a value. So like 1 and left mouse button. It's always going to give you a float. Plug it into opacity. And if it's 0, it's not going to be visible. Put that up to like 3.
I really appreciate how Mad VFX is actually going through the details here, because like I've seen so many tutorials out there, free and non-free, where they just expect you to know all of this stuff, which can be quite annoying, honestly. All right, so material, modes, and 1. Okay, let's go. Let's dive in. Perfect. So the first thing they did is to teach us, all right, we need blend mode to be translucent. Why? Because we need the black part to be basically non-visible. So how does that work? So we have values from 1 to 0, right? So if I have 0 on the opacity, it will go away. If I have 0.5, it will be there barely, right? 0.3, sorry, this is 3.5, it will be half there, right? And 1, it will be there. And in our texture, as we can see, white things will be there, black things won't be there. Can I do this? Actually, I can. That's pretty cool. So if I hook that here into the opacity, we will see our modes barely, basically. But the cool thing is we could change this to cylinder, we could change it to a sphere, we could change it to a plane, which will probably... All right, so here's what I'm going to do. Also, I don't want to see the epic headquarter. I just want to have a gray background, please. All right, so as you can see, this is a not so perfect texture, which we could change later on. But for now, you know, this is what we have. And the opacity is getting, you know, it's taking care of it. And we can even put that in the emissive color here. And we will have the actual color, like we can multiply this with a red, with a green, with a blue, whatever. But for now, you know what? Schmitzkata, nice to have you here. I will basically go back to the tutorial now. And we'll go from there.
See a bit or more. You get the idea. At 1, it's fully visible. And we also have the emissive color as well as the base color. For our current use case, we won't use the emissive color because usually dust modes don't really produce light on their own. There are ways to use this to actually fake stuff, but this won't really be our use case for it. So, as the first one, we want to be able to get an actual color in here. And the easiest way for this is to use the particle color module. So right mouse button and you can just type it down in here. And the particle color module will give us whatever color we select in the particle system in here as an RGB value. So red, green, and blue. And we can plug this into the base color. And the default value in here is white. So suddenly it turns white. And if we would select now blue in the particle system, we get a blue base color. This will still kind of be affected by shadows, which the emissive color would not. So just to kind of keep that in mind, and we get the RGB pin in here, so the color, and we have the A, so the opacity in here. So what we want to use is we kind of plug that into the opacity, and now we can control the color as well as the opacity in our particle system. But that's obviously not really enough to what we try to achieve right now. So if we go in here, we want to get a texture. So T, left mouse button, is going to give you a texture sample. And we're going to create like multiple ones of those. So I'm quickly going to show you how we can achieve that. So if we have a texture sample node, or any node, honestly, you press right mouse button on it, you can say convert to parameter. And then it's going to change it. And then you give it a name, like let's call it TX mask for this one. And what this is going to do is it basically changes the node to something which we can exchange later on. So right now, what we want to use is a texture. So we go in here and then we just look for the textures we just created. And in this example, we're going to go with like the basic one. So you can just kind of grab it here, splatter, and just move it in here, drag and drop. And yeah, from here on, we will play around with a few little things. And the base of it is going to be that we want this mask to multiply with the opacity. So we can press M and then left mouse button. And we're going to use the green channel here. You cannot use any channel, but keep in mind the green channel is usually the most precise.
So I'm just trying to guess here what's going to happen, and it will probably be alpha multiplied with green, and it goes into opacity. Just a guess. Let's see.
Like all those channels, the alpha can also be quite precise, but like green, whenever you have like all of those channels available, it's a really good choice. And then we just kind of multiply it with the alpha in here.
All right, so now it's correct.
And then plug that into the opacity. And
so
suddenly
that's an advice to everybody who are watching courses and things like that. Try your best to try to guess like the next step without them asking you to, because that will help you get there. Like understand what is asked of you. So yeah, that's a cool challenge. We're gonna do this all the time. We're just gonna be like, okay, let's try to guess what's gonna happen. It's better, of course, if the course is telling you like, okay, so we taught you this. Try to do this on your own. 1, 2, 3, right? And pause the video. And then we're gonna show you how you're gonna do it. But you know, you could just be like curious about it. I think it's brava.
Which we barely can see.
Spasiba.
And that is because our values here are quite low. Take a look. So pretty soft. And we kind of want to try to see what we can do with it. So if we have this, then the next part is going to be just being able to change the opacity a bit more. So we have already this in here, but it can be nice for us to just kind of visualize what we're doing a bit more. So go in here, and if you press then like S and left mouse button, you're going to get the float. Same as before with 1, but like it immediately is going to convert it to a parameter which we can control. So this here, S is going to be the same as like pressing 1, and then saying right mouse button, convert to a parameter. Same thing, just pass it. So we want to put that to, let's say, 50 right now, because we want to actually see it, right? And there you go. suddenly we can see it in here. This is our texture. And yeah, from here on, we
Okay,
will...
so we're adding a controller basically, so we could control this from beyond the material, so we don't have to, open the material editor and control it. So we are creating a parameter, something for this parameter. Actually, this was a joke. Parameter, actually, no, T. We went with this and mask. Perfect. Jack, have you been messing around with offline renders before, like Cycles, V-Ray, things like that? Ooh, V-Ray back in the day when I was like 10. Cycles, no, not at all. Why? Why are you asking? So let's see here. Yeah, so we want to control it. So we'll add a multiply. And for the people who are watching this on the recording, the chat element up there is not working. I still need to fix it. But that will come probably tomorrow. Okay, so stay tuned. All right, so we're gonna add a multiplier, m-click, right? And we're gonna put this here. And now we can control the amount of opacity. So if it's on 0, it's on 0. We first have to hook it. If it's on 0, it's on 0. If it's on 1, it will be completely visible. If it's on 0.5, it will be half visible. If it's on 0.3, if it's on 0.3, will be less visible, I think. Let's try 0.2. All right, let's try 0.02. Yeah, we're getting less and less of it, basically. So now we're going to create a parameter s-click, and that will be just one parameter. We're going to call it opacity controller, right? Opacity controller. Because I liked V-Ray when I was using... Yeah, I was using 3ds Max too, man. And V-Ray was a lot of fun, but it was so frustrating because you just couldn't get it to do what you wanted to do. Opacity controller, that goes here, and a short bathroom break. Hello, we're back. All right, so Gotta read some of the chat that happened here. Let's learn. So what you guys been talking about? Yeah, so you're talking about V-Ray Arnold and Redshift and okay. So you guys are talking. That's cool. Let's keep it going, and yeah, we're gonna put the recording back. All right, we're back. So where were we? Probably, yeah, we were doing the opacity controller here. Let's keep it on 1 for now as a default, and we'll be able to control this from a different source later. Okay, back to it.
Kind of built just one more functionality in it, which I'm quickly going to explain. And it is not that hard to use. But I want you to kind of understand the idea behind it. So what we're going to use is a depth fade. And a depth fade is something which fades something based on a distance. So when we go in here and we use the depth fade on the base color, let me just do that here. We're going to ignore all of that. This is our plane right now, right? So let's use it. We go in here, select the material, and then if we go into the scene, let's just place here, let's say, a sphere. Sphere is nice. So now that we have this, we want to apply the material, which is done like this. And you can immediately see that it changed colors. And this is because of the depth fade. So if you put the fade distance to 0,
this is very helpful.
It's going to look normal. But if we change the fade distance to something like 200,
I can't tell you how long it took me, like trying to tell ChatGPT what I wanted to achieve, because I was lacking the terminology, right? And these guys are just showing it like this, right? With the very simplistic example, like here's a sphere, here's a depth fade. Well, that is really valuable. That's what I really enjoy. Like I've got pitched what Mad VFX is, but when I see it actually in the course, that's pretty cool. And also, here's the terminology, right? We go to D and there's the depth fade. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, back to it.
This is gonna kind of create a black gradient on it. How this works is there's something called a depth buffer, in Unreal, which I'm not going to go into a lot of detail right now, but basically what it does is it takes...
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't depth buffer basically like arrays shooting from the camera, and it's calculating which point is closer? Like when it's hitting an object, it's calculating which one is closer, which one is further. I'm not sure. You know what? We're gonna look into it. Maybe it is here. Depth buffer, depth of field, decal. Ooh, dithering. Nope, it's not here. Okay. I'm just gonna look at it on another page here. Depth of buffer. Okay. Let's try to understand what the depth buffer, depth buffer. It's hard to explain. All right, you know what? We're gonna use AI a little bit. Explain depth buffer like I am a child. Well, let's see what it's gonna do. And we're just gonna stay here a little bit. Think of that depth buffer like a secret superhero friend who helps your computer understand which objects are closer and which ones are further away. And this is a screenshot of a depth buffer. Here we go. This is what the GPU sees in the depth buffer. Pictured like layering papers, or college pictures on top of each other. You only blah blah blah. It's like a measuring with a ruler for every pixel on the screen. The depth buffer keeps a number, how far that tiny spot pixel basically is from the camera. when something new tries to draw there, the buffer checks. Yeah. If new thing is closer, shows it and record its distance. If it's further, so this is how it visualizes it basically. Well, I was thinking it might take the child thing literally. Yeah, it did it. Something like zdef in offline renderers. Yeah, basically. All right, let's keep going.
This image we see right now, and it creates a grayscale image, which just shows how far are those pixels away from the camera. So if we would have like something like this, those are not really far away, right? So like it would be, I don't know, 0.2 meters or something like that. And then completely back there, it's like 200 meters or something like that. And what we do with this is, with the depth fade, we just kind of compare, okay, this position in the pixel, how close is that to the position which is next to it, so behind it? And what this will create is you can kind of say, okay, I want every single value on this transparent object, it needs to be transparent, to be colored based on how close it is to a surface. So when we put it like this, it gets quite close, right? So there you can actually see the depth buffer, which is always a kind of cool little thing to showcase. This is what the depth buffer looks like. But just, kind of keep that in mind. But the value we are choosing in the fade distance, that is what the value is which we want to put a gradient towards. So if we put that to 20, which is going to be very small here on the bottom. But what we get if we also put that into the opacity is a mesh which is fading in. So let's put it to 50. And now we have a sphere which does not create a really harsh cut on the ground, but it actually kind of slowly fades in, and therefore even if I show it like this, it doesn't look like it cuts through the ground. And this is what we want. Because
That's
whenever
awesome.
we have like a nice sprite or something and it kind of clips through the edge and then you see this ugly edge, this is just not great. So this is what we're going to use now. And we're going to go back to this version and...
All right, let's try to guess how this is going to work, honestly, because I am imagining it like this, right? So we're going to have a depth fade. And what was it, 30 he put? All right, so it's probably going to multiply at one point, right, with all of these like elements. I'm expecting something like this just for the opacity, but not for the base color. All right, let's check. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Let's see. You never lose any points or anything if you fail, really. So it's fine. Fail.
This is how you use it. Whatever opacity you have already, you can feed it in here and then change the fade distance in here. And we're going to use another parameter again for this.
Oh,
we're going to call it fade distance. By default, we're going to put it to something quite low, like 25. It's usually.
Okay, that's pretty cool. All right, so we're creating a parameter called fade distance, right? And we're just gonna plug this here, make it until like I think 30 is a good value. We are going to hook that up. Where did he hook it up? Basically, was it between this and this? And let's think about it. Which hookup here is a better one? It's probably after this one. So here, and we're just gonna delete that, multiply here, and take the value up to the next thingy. Put these here. Take the depth buffer here, and depth fade. Here we go, and we have the multiply, stuff like that in there as well. Okay, cool. Now back to it here.
Enough. And this is going to be the start of our material.
So was I correct? No, red exactly after the green, basically it goes. All right, let's see. Well, we failed here. That's not a big deal. Better than not failing. Okay, here we go. So take it exactly from the source, so it's not manipulated or anything. And then you have a multiplier that hooks these two together, and then another one, and then we're good. Okay, so we're just gonna put these a bit next to each other so it's not all messy and stuff. Come on, dude. Here we go. And the color here, this here, and this here. Gonna put these a little bit further so we have clarity. And these here. Good. Back.
We still want to have like one more functionality, and this is what I'm gonna show you now as well. So I actually got rid of this here, so let me get it back in here. This is what we have. So quickly, yeah, deactivate both things, honestly. We can use that. So we have right now a sphere which would fade in from the bottom, but we can get very close to this, right? So, and we can kind of clip through it. And this is not really great for dust modes or anything which is kind of low resolution and just like quite, grainier in general. So if I put this back in, you will immediately see what I mean, because like here, we don't want to be able to get that close because that looks not great. Those textures are made for being seen at like this scale or something like this, but you shouldn't be able to get too close. And therefore, we're going to use like a second function,
Camera position,
which I'm also going to explain a bit. Keep in mind that those are things which are usually handled by like specific shader programmers or tech artists in the company you might work at.
VFX artist
So
is
it's
kind
not
of a tech artist.
completely important that you understand all of those parts, especially at the start, but just kind of try to keep in mind that there is something like this, right? So you will most likely encounter moments where you want to use something like this, and just knowing that this exists and just having a slight clue where you can find it again or what it is called
Yeah.
can always be super nice to then explain to other people what you need. So what we're going to do here is we're going to create a so-called camera fade. So we want to be able to fade the pixel, which we're currently looking at, based on how far the camera is away from it. So if we get too close to the object, we want it to fade out. And this we kind of can do in a similar fashion to like how the depth fade functions, but there's not really something nicely in the engine which just does it by default. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the pixel left, which is the
Pixel depth.
current distance from the pixel to the camera,
Okay.
and we're going to subtract a value, and this is the fade offset. So this is the offset where we want the entire thing to be completely visible. Let's say 30, quite far. And then we're gonna divide it. And this is gonna be the fade distance.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, don't really worry if this doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's definitely too early in your career. And if you do, nice on you, really good. But yeah, so go in here, take the clamp, and then we gonna actually let us visualize it first. So
Yeah.
let me showcase what this is doing in here. So deactivate it again, and then we go in here. So we have this, and it's black, and we go back, and it slowly turns white. See it, right? So we're gonna try to use the same functionality in here, but on the opacity. So let's get rid of the base color, and it's not visible at all.
This is awesome,
back,
dude. Yeah.
Slowly,
Yeah, this is pretty cool.
it's visible.
All right, let's learn this a little bit. Let's try to replicate it without any reference, just to see if we could get that back. Okay, so first of all, it is called pixel depth, right? This basically, or let's read a little bit about it. I think we could read about it. View documentation. So right click and view documentation should take you to the documentation page. All right, so pixel depth. The pixel depth material expression outputs the depth or distance from the camera of the pixel currently being rendered. Okay, this is the way it looks here. So in this example, the material network was applied to the floor. Notice how the liner interpretation blends between the two colors as the floor recedes beyond 2048 units. A power expression was used to boost the contrast between the two colors and yield a more meaningful visual result. So it's doing this based on the distance. Alright, scene depth, that's the next thing, but I wanna kind of know more about pixel depth. Should we ask ChatGPT to explain it to us? But we kind of get the idea. It does something with like the distance where you are from it. And then the next thing we do is we subtract its value to a parameter that we call fade fade distance, I think. Let's see if that's correct. Then we take like 20, hook it up with this one, and then we put that thing into a divides, and we're gonna make a new one. We're gonna call it fade offset. I remember. Maybe it was the exact opposite. Let's see if that is correct. I just want to go back to the course a little bit just to check if this is like semi right here in terms of fade offset is the first one, just so I understand it basically. Fade offset is this one. So because it's offsetting where the fade starts, I think. And we're gonna play with it a little bit. And the next one is
and then we're gonna divide it. And this is gonna be
fade distance. Cool.
Like I said, don't really worry if this doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's definitely too.
Okay, so the fade distance he goes with 512, so 512, and puts it here, and then clamps the whole result. Clamping meaning it's not going beyond 0 in like the minus values, and it's not going beyond 1 in the plus values. Okay. And all of that basically we could use now to hook into opacity. But let's hook it the proper way, and that is the multiply. Sorry. M, click, yeah, okay. And let's take it here and take that one there. Try to hook it into opacity. And now we don't see anything because we're too close and we're far. Here we go. It's working. Let's manipulate this a little. Okay, this is wrong. This here. Wait a second. What happened here? 20? Oh, these are... Oh, wait, I made a mistake. Fade distance. All right, this 10 NSE, and this will be 512, and it's gonna go here. And now as we go closer, it disappears. As we go further, it shows. And so on. Perfect. So if we increase the distance here to 1024, it will... Alright, what if it was less, though, like here? We'll clip through it. Yeah. Okay, so we will try 224 multiplied by 2 for 48. It will fade like this. Okay, we got it working. Perfect. Save. And the last thing we gotta do is continue. Alright, so Firefox, are you... Here we go. You can see that my energy is low right now, so I'll end soon.
Early in your career. And if you do, nice on you, really good. But yeah, so go in here, take the clamp, and then we gonna actually let us visualize it first. So let me showcase what this is doing in here. So deactivate it again, and then we go in here. So we have this, and it's black, and we go back, and it slowly turns white. See it, right? So we're gonna try to use the same functionality in here, but on the opacity. So let's get rid of the base color, and it's not visible at all. Go back, slowly turns black, so it gets visible. And now it's just like a matter of like adjusting those. So we can now use actual sprites and everything in the scene. And if we just get too close, it just fades out, so we can just walk through them so they won't clutter the entire screen, which is also a very important part. It's not just about the resolution. It's also that, like, at some point, like if you're getting really close, you might just not see anything anymore, which you obviously don't want to. So we have those values now, and those are another multiplication on the texture or like opacity itself, right? So because we want this thing to fade out whatever we get in here. So put those things in here, and then I'm gonna go back to the opacity and put it to 1. This is what we gonna use. The entire functionality right now is that we can control the color and the opacity in a particle system. We can kind of boost it in here just to make it a bit easier for us to see, not necessarily for the particle system in the end. Then we have the depth fade, so it won't clip through walls. And then we have the camera, so it doesn't clip through the camera, basically. And you just have a bit of an easier time to hide low resolution textures. And then we obviously use the texture, which is the main driving factor for the look of everything. So we now created the main material, and we're going to use the same thing for our second sprite, and that is the single modes texture. So we're going to go in here, and Unreal has this very nice feature where you can click on a material, right mouse button, create material instance, and then it's going to create a material instance out of it. And we're going to call it MI for material instance, modes, and we're going to either call it 02 or you're going to call it just single 02, depending on 01, depending on what you like more. So this is now what we're going to get here. You won't really be able to see something. That's the opacity. Let's put it to 500. Now you can see it. And from here, we don't really want to change a lot of things. The main thing which we're going to change is not really any of those, honestly. We can just change the texture.
Appreciate you.
The only thing which is different on this one, which is a single thing flying around, is that we're going to use the single texture. And that's what we get now. Let's put that back to 1, because this is only to help us find it in the scene. And now we have already all the textures and the materials made for the first version of the dust modes. And from here on, we're going to jump basically directly into the particle system. So see you there.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to leave you on a cliffhanger for tomorrow. I'm 1 hour beyond my limit today, but that is good because we just started. Yeah, so we're not going to continue, but I'm at least going to say good worked on a 3D model of a radio.
So now
that's
we're going to do
cool,
the
man.
actual...
my friend. That's pretty cool. Okay, so that is it for today. I think I'll put a little bit more time into fixing the stream, especially the chat, stuff like that. But hey, thanks for watching. I will catch you tomorrow. Things are going to get smoother as we're going. If you haven't followed yet and I have earned your follow and I've earned your subscription, definitely do it. I will highly appreciate it. If you're curious about the course, this type of course, where you can get it from, you can go to Mad VFX. Link in the description. And if you decide to ever purchase it, you can get 20% with my code, Jack20. And yes, that is it for today, everyone. Hope you had a nice time. I will see you tomorrow, the same time, around 10 CEST. Have a nice day too. I appreciate you guys. Join the Discord. Let me have you there on the generalists. Just check the link tree below. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day. Bye bye.